I'm first, woohoo! Hello, hello! How is everyone doing? Evil Rafis, thank you so much for redeeming first. Urk, hi, welcome in. Thought you'd be sleeping by now, but I guess I actually don't know when you sleep, I just know when you play with Sammy. How is everyone doing? Yeah, considering how long I took to get ready, I didn't really set up my area all that well. COD is loud. Are you playing COD right now? I heard up to sleeping by now. Did I say something weird? Did I phrase that strangely? Gotcha. Are you still playing? Alright, so. Gotcha. Oh. I said, I don't actually know when you sleep, I just know when you play with Sammy and when Sammy's supposed to go to sleep. So I don't actually know what time it's supposed to be for you when you would normally go to sleep. So I shouldn't be saying that I'm surprised you're not asleep by now, because I don't actually know. Sounds like fun. Nice. I don't know how most of the people I've become friends with, or most of my viewers, all have sleep schedules where they struggle to see me because they're supposed to be sleeping when I start streaming. Like, I don't actually know how they found me if they're supposed to be sleeping when I'm normally playing. How did I find... And I know how I found Sammy, and Sammy's how I met you. But it's like all of the people in my community are in completely different sleep schedule than I am. Which I'm also an insomniac, so it doesn't help anything, but still. Yeah. I mean, it's nice being able to wake up and listen to Sammy. She's a pleasant streamer to listen to as you're trying to not go back to sleep. I learned how to do a thing. Sammy is a really cool streamer. I definitely recommend watching her. She's a lot of fun. Exactly, yeah. Great environment. She's built a great community for herself. I'm surprised. She said she's only been streaming for a year, and I'm really surprised by that because it seems like she's got to the point where she... First of all, the tech and everything is really well done for her, but I don't know, she's able to handle her stream in a very professional way. And she's been teaching me things. You want to see the thing that I learned how to do with her help? I already had the sound, but...
Hydrate, bitch!
That is actually my drawing. Aren't I a talented artist? I really should not be hiding my talent from the world like this. Alright, so I'm supposed to be continuing my playthrough of Portal today. Thank you, thank you. See, this is why I have other people do art for me. But I want to get to the point where I'm a little more self-sufficient with the things that I make or have for my channel. So, Portal. Portal is the game that gives me really severe motion sickness, so I'm not able to play it for very long. That's why I have, like, motion sickness wristbands, and... Did I turn on the fan? I have all of these fans going in my room because air is supposed to help. I just got these weird patch things that, like, I don't really know what they do, but it's supposed to help. Anyways, I can't play for very long, so... Whenever I start feeling sick, I'm going to have to stop, and then I'm going to switch over to Jackbox, or Magium if everyone's too sleepy to play Jackbox. Yes, yes. that is the case. Have you? I guess you haven't really been here when I've complained about my motion sickness. I started playing games 5 months ago when I started streaming. So the fact that I get gaming motion sickness was news to me. It was not something that I expected. So I've done a lot of research. It's when your eyes and your inner ear, the part that senses motion, are telling your brain two different things. So in a car, that would be where you feel that you're moving, but when you look, it doesn't look like you're moving. Or for the game, when especially since it's first person for me, you're looking at it and your brain thinks that you're moving because it covers up more than half of your vision, but it doesn't feel like it's moving. Anyways, you can train your brain to adapt. The first game that gave me motion sickness, I could only play for like 15-20 minutes at a time, and then I had to stop, and by the end I was able to play for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So I just have to be patient with myself. Don't push, that makes it worse. I start to feel sick. Don't let me push myself. Yeah. I'm like, okay, let me just finish this level, I'm okay, and then I regret it. The last time I did a good job just ending it. Alright, let me switch over and I'll turn off that background music. Have you ever played Portal before? Oh, Evil Rafas, yes, I do live in America. I live in California. That can go away now. And Portal. There we go. I like it so far. I wish that it didn't make me feel sick, but I'm sort of considering it like motion sickness. I've made this joke several times now. Like motion sickness boot camp, because if I can get my brain to adjust to these games, there's no game that should ever make me feel sick ever again, because the constant angle changes of like going through a wall and then ending up facing a different direction it's been brutal. Actually, hang on, I'll be right back. I am back. Oh, let me plug this in.
The experiment is nearing its conclusion. The Enrichment Center is required to remind you that you will be baked, and then there will be cake.
Ooh. See, things like that. That's rough. Handprints. She's watching you. Beep. Help. Not never, but now. Courage is not the absence of fear. .2. Great, great. All fun stuff we're learning here. Am I able to do anything from up here? Can I open this door? It'd be really cool if I could learn how to, you know. Feel interesting, I guess. Getting to see what creepy shit this place has behind their creepy walls. Alright, thank you for the lurk. How's it going, lady? Alright, so I'm going to hope that by running, I'll be able to hit a portal. Whew! I did it! Alright, so I'm pretty sure that's where I just came from. If I run and jump, will I be able to get back? Oh. Okay. That's where I just came from. Now I want to get over there. Apparently there's a button somewhere that needs to be pushed. I guess? Maybe? Where's the button you need pushed? Do not like that. No, no, no. Do not like that. Alright, so how do I get over there? Oh, I'm gonna have to aim myself, aren't I?
Searching target lost.
Alright, so... Alright. So... where are the things? That need to be hit?
Stop shooting. Are you still there?
Alright. Am I even gonna be able to get back in there? Did I just fuck myself? Alright, so to activate the thingamajiggers. There's one. Somehow I need to get that down, which I'm sure is a button that's all the way over fucking there. That's one of the things that... Oh no, that shoots out the things. Which... Where do I want them? I want them all to go in here. Alright. Where's is the button? Did I just fuck? I feel like I fucked myself. Should have left a way for me to go back.
Donnie.
Alright. Now I've fucked myself. I need to somehow get myself thrown over there, probably by jumping in here. Dawson O'Leary, welcome in. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. Somehow I need to get thrown. Oh, shit. Motherfucker. Resident Evil was really good. I got a lot of progress. And then I saved, and then I got a lot more progress, and then I died. So, either way, I got a lot of progress. But I do need to redo a lot of stuff next time I play. Oh man, I might only be able to do one level. Ah, fuck. You know what? I know how to do this better. Wait, no I don't, because it needs to be lifted up. Bro. This is bullshit. Somehow I need to get the block. Right? Does... Alright, can I just restart now? Yeah, I feel ya. Have you done the rest of the Resident Evil games? Also, alright. Erk. Have fun doing that. See you in a little bit. Okay, so, am I getting the feeling that I am able? Okay, so I can do that. on? Hi, thank you so much for the follow. I didn't realize you didn't follow me. Are you a streamer? Do I follow you? Yeah, you should probably go to bed. I won't blame you for leaving. Alright, so. Now that that's been taken care of, should I just see what happens when I launch myself? Yay! Thank you for the first time chat! Oof, already getting nauseous. Haven't even beat the level. God, this game. Alright, thank you. Alright, I'm not doing something right. Do I need to... I don't think there's anywhere that I can... Oof. I have a feeling that somehow I want to be able to, like, get onto there. There is a launch platform over there. Can I... What do all these walls mean? If I'm able to... There's gotta be a button somewhere. Is that the button over there? Alright, I'm just going to put that there and hope for the best. Huh. Well, oh god, I hate that. What now? Well, that's how I should have acted in the first place, so why didn't it launch me? Am I able to get onto the platform? I think I'm just gonna see all of the areas that are out of eyesight. Can it see me? It's not really target lost. Yeah, that's basically what I'm gathering. Oh, no, Portal? You never heard of Portal? It's, some sort of... There's a story to it. Story is not being... I don't know what the story is yet. It came out when I was in high school, and it was super, super popular. It's still very popular among puzzle players. It's like a puzzle RPG. You're able to make portals with this gun, and you have to figure out how to solve the portals. Or solve the puzzles. Like, right now, there's a block on the other side of that room. And I need to put that block on this button so that I can get through that door. But to do that, I need to figure out how to get over there. I can only put the portals on white. That's right there. I could put it on the ground over here if I wanted to. Oops. Oh boy. Did I just fuck myself? See, by making it so I fell, I was able to launch myself across the room. Yeah, more or less. I'm able to, like, the blue... I'm able to see there's, like, the blue and orange portals. Those are both one side of it. If I make a different orange portal, it's going to change that. And I can only have two out at once. Those things shoot me on sight, but they're also kind of cute. And weirdly polite, even though they're trying to murder me. When I disable one, they say things like, "I don't blame you." So I need to figure out how to get across that room, but I don't know how to do that. There's a platform over there on the ground. I need to get one of those floaty ball things through there, and to do that... Wait, what? What just happened? Oh, did I just... Huh, that's a stupid death. Yeah, only on the, like, concrete. And all the while, battling motion sickness. See, I couldn't put it on the ceiling, but I could put it on pretty much any wall here. The ground is lava, basically. I need to redirect one of those energy beams into here. And somehow I need to open this? I'm assuming, like, how the fuck? Normally there would be something over there and then I, like, launch myself, but there's no way to launch myself. Oops. It was close. Yeah, I got squished. Did you see that was close? I've got the right idea, but I don't know where to put it. Unless I'm supposed to rush and put it on that thing while it's probably what I'm supposed to do. Fuck. Oh my god, I did it! Holy shit! Oh my god, stop it! Oh my god! Wait, I can't put a portal above the turrets. Because there's nothing above the turrets. Yeah, sometimes you can. Normally if you could do that, I'd just go behind them and then pick them up.
Rated storage cube.
Wow, quickest death ever. Guitar Hero, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Oh god, I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this level. Fuck. Yeah, I fucked up. There's no way I was gonna be able to fix that. I don't know what to do. Thank you for hanging out, Urk. It was good to see you. I'm glad that you're streaming now. It was fun to watch. Have a good night. There's probably a pattern to when they turn. Okay, so that one's blocked right now because of that thing. But after this, what am I supposed to?
Who's there?
Weighted storage cube.
Is there a thingy over there? Balls. Thank you for the nice heckle. Thank you for the bits. I don't think I could finish this level. I think my balls. It's so frustrating. Because I'm not supposed to push once it starts to get bad, and it is starting to get bad. But I really want to finish this level. But I also have no idea where I'm supposed to go from here.
There you are. Search is still there. Searching you on
Is it possible? Because that shot me over there. Is it possible to get shot lower? Hola, ¿cómo estás? Thank you, much appreciated. I mean, worst comes to worst, I'll look up a clue. God damn, this is frustrating. That does shoot me over there. But I want to get shot down there, because I feel like whatever's down there is more important right now. That didn't work. I was close to where I wanted. It is cold, but it's not terrible. This is just a long sleeve shirt. Normally I wear an actual jacket. bullshit. I am in California. We are not used to the cold here. And it has been very rainy. The world might be ending. That was a joke, just to be clear. What makes you say that? Oh, are you in LA right now? Yeah, I am in SoCal. I'm in San Diego. But I used to live in Northern California for 3 years. The fuck? There's literally just... There's... what? How? Why? What's wrong with San Diego? Oh, Sarah, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. I hope you're looking forward to seeing me. Interesting. That explains it. Portal goes away when it's moving. Anyways, so I'm fucked now. That's basically what's going on now. Grab, what am I supposed to do? What do you want from me? Oh, Delgar, what'd you think of it? Do you like it? Yay! Good job, Jisara! I'm glad to hear that. Congratulations. And you're very close to the end soon, too, so you'll be able to get there soon. Yeah, this one's a pain. I get motion sickness, so I'm not really supposed to push myself once I start getting sick because I'm trying to train my brain. But I really want to finish the level, but I also have absolutely no idea what to do from here. So I think I might have to stop soon. Really hope that's not the case, though. That would suck.
To ensure the safe performance of all authorized activities, do not destroy vital testing apparatus.
What just happened? Oh! Oh.
Could you come over here?
Dope. There's a way to line this up. That's not gonna hit. Might hit. Probably won't hit. Yeah. Oh, that's the one that was shooting me every time I... Nope. That looks better. Could you come over here? Fuck yeah. I did it! That one was perfect. You are bullshit. And you know it. Yay! Nope. Oh, that worked. Okay. So what now? Sorry if I just gave you a spoiler. Yeah, turrets suck. It was good talking to you. It's been a while since I've got to see you, so sweet dreams, Delgar. Okay, so if I want to get down there... Healing... Oh, fuck. I have to do it all over again. Oh, cool. Not all over again. So I put the portal up here, right? close but no cigar. Gallant man, what up? How's it going? Portal is making me want to shoot things. Okay. But I can't. But I can't. Oh, balls. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, something like that. Oh. Well, it's red, but close enough. Might be showing up orange on the thing. I noticed that red doesn't really show up well for this camera. The new the web camera that I use. So my hair doesn't look red ever. Alright, so. Does not look like there's anything that I could use over here either. I'm gonna have to assume that that button is the one. Okay. Maybe the goal is to land right there? If I get myself launched all the way over there, is it possible to... But I can't launch myself all the way over there because this thing's done. Let me see if I could go back to where my initial save was. Because it would be really nice if I could open this goddamn door again. Oh no. No. There's something red on the left wall. I'll look in a second. This? Or this? What would be behind me? Red thing. Does what have anything to do with it? You said there's a red thing. Is this what you're talking about right here? Left wall where you're currently looking. Look left. This? Okay, so what I need to do is I need to redirect one of these balls to hit this thing. But first I have to figure out how to open this door. Because once I get one of the energy balls to hit this, it will activate something. Actually, how did I activate something earlier? Because I activated something. Yes, it has a lot to do with it. I just don't know how to get that door open so that I can... You know what? See, I don't know how to get the door open. It could be press that button, but I have to figure out how to get over there. When I launched myself over there, this platform started moving somehow. How did that happen? I'm gonna... Today is Monday. Alright, I'm starting over from where I did. You mean... which other platforms? Well, I can't get to them though. I could probably get to that one once the thingy is knocked off. But I can't make portals onto these. Only the concrete bits. You can't just shoot something against that far wall. No, only concrete. It can't be on this, unfortunately. So like these parts, that's it though. Not the platforms, not the windows. Apparently not this while it's moving either. the red thing that we were talking about, I need to get the door open first.
The experiment is nearing its conclusion. The Enrichment Center is required to remind you that you will be baked, and then there will be cake.
Cake is a lie. I already went back here, but you know, for the sake of everything. Beans, water, lovely. There's a radio. She's watching you. Beep. Help. Alright, so that's where I started. That means I want to go up there. Oh, okay. God, this game. Why you like this? Okay. How did I do that? I'm good. Great. Go me. Okay. Yep. That's seriously where it's gonna restart? Okay. Alright, so I'm going to want to get up there. So I could launch myself over here. So I could get that freaking thing. Alright, so maybe if I get myself launched over there first. Oh, fuck. And I'm fucked. Okay, so what did I do that's now making the platform move? Because it wasn't moving before, but now it's moving. Why is it moving now? Are you sleeping in your car? Let's see. Can I aim this without the Look at all of my blood splattered. It's like I'm creating an art piece. Damn. So when this thing is elevated, I'm able to, like, it throws me up, so I'm able to get up here. But that means it's gotta be the first thing that I do. Okay. Oh, wait.
Thank you, Daddy.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Sean. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. Yeah, if it works for you, it works for me. Thank you. So, you know how in order to get into this room first, I have to press that button and then it elevates the wall? If I fall into a hole and then come out of that portal while it's elevated, it throws me up rather than straight forward. So I knew that I was able to do this, but because I can't get back into the room, it needs to be the first thing that I do. So now that I'm over here, I can't, like, I don't really... Trying to aim these... Wait, did I get one? Oh snap, I think I got one. It doesn't look like there's one over there anymore. That looks like it might work. Yeah, so that's how I got over here, and that's what's happening now. That's why I restarted the levels, because I wanted to get on the other side of the wall, because I wasn't sure how else I was supposed to get over here. Yay!
Activated. Are you still there?
You could probably put one on the right wall to hit it. Yeah, but the right... Well, oh, you mean over here. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I don't know what triggered this platform to move. If I got onto that platform, oh gosh, I could probably jump, maybe? Right, so clearly...
Deploying.
Hey, baby. Leo. Alright, so I take it that did not work. Yes, baby, hi. Am I not giving you attention? Oh, sweetheart. My dog's asking me for attention. Okay, shit. You were talking about the... I probably could, but it's harder to aim for that one because I can't see it as well. But you're right, I should probably, because I'm not able to get that one right now. Oh my god, that worked. Good idea. Yeah, that was great. Yay! Sorry, guys. Alright, so now I'm over here, I've got the cube. I decide that I want it. Still don't know how I'm going to get back, but that's not important, I guess. I need to get down there, though. That's the important thing. Yay! I did it! Yay! Thank you for your help. Balls. Yay! Oh my god, that's not the end. There's more. Motherfucker. And I'm gonna have to launch myself really far up here, it seems. Gotcha. Gallantman! Marshming, welcome in! Hello, how are you doing? I'm trying to finish this level, and then I'm going to be done for the day. Cause motion sickness sucks. Okay, what am I supposed to... What? Oh, okay, I see. Oops. Oh god, oh no, 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 stop, stop, stop. Bogu! Imperfect Lizard, welcome in, guys. Hello, how are you doing? Yeah, Imperfect Lizard, this one has been going on forever and I want it to be done. Oh, Okay. Balls. Oh, is it a companion block again? Wait, no. That one, I already got rid of that one. It's not my companion block. So I think what I gotta do here is I gotta try and do portals on the go. Oh yeah, it's blood. I got this for donating blood, which everyone should do. Donating blood is great. No, this has been terrible for motion sickness. This game, I'm considering it motion sickness boot camp. I really just want to finish this level and then I need to stop, but I might not be able to if it keeps going like this. Cause oh my goodness. Oh shit. Oh no. I know. It's just difficult to... Shit! Wait, did I do that correctly? Was that... I've made progress, right? No. Also, where am I trying to get to right now? There's gotta be something up there that I'm trying to get to. Fuck this shit. Okay. Ah, god damn it. Why is it so difficult to aim as you move? Oh god. Ah! Victory! Okay. So now I'm going to try and... You know what? I'm gonna try and put this one right there. Hell yeah! Oh shit, this means I need to be able to jump to somewhere. Is that what I'm expected to jump to? No. Do you think I could jump that? Because I need to be launched somehow. Or was I supposed to do that all in one go? There's no way I could jump to that. I don't think it's possible for me to jump to that either. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and do it really fast. Get launched into this. As soon as I see that, I switch the portal so when I fall, I get launched again. Keep the momentum going. Alright, so this is a blue portal. Ah, fuck. How did I fuck that up? Blue portal. No. Bullshit. Fuck. I just start over. Oh god, stop, stop, stop. Orange. I need to do a blue portal.
Welcome. Be advised that the next test requires exposure to uninsulated electrical parts
I did
that
it.
may be dangerous
I
in
did.
certain conditions. For more information, please attend an Enrichment Center Electrical Safety Seminar.
Fuck yeah. Did it. I did it! Alright, and now that I've done... Yay! Alright. Who wants to play Jackbox? Thank you. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Thank you! Okay. That was, yeah. That was an experience. Alright. So what I've done in the past a couple times. Let me go turn off all of the fans and everything, and I will see if I need to take a moment. I may have pushed myself a little farther. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back. I am back. Alright, now that I'm not focusing on getting that level out of the way. Hi! In for Pink Lizard, Bogu, everyone that joined while I was doing that. How is everyone doing? I really wanted to get that level out of the way. And I did. I've managed to finish the level. Motion sickness, boot camp. I will train my brain, and once I get to the point where I can play this game specifically without any problems, I don't think I will ever get motion sickness from a game again, and I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you for your help, honestly. I need to get a VR setup to do that. Oh, thank you. I do really like the puzzle aspect of this game. I like games that have puzzles that actually make me think. Oh no. So, I bought a bunch of games during the Steam winter sale with the money that was given to me specifically to buy games for this for Christmas. And it came with a Hellblade VR, like it was a package where I got Hellblade for PC and VR, and I was like, well, this is cool, but whatever, like I can't do anything with it. And it's weird because I don't normally get motion sickness from third-person games, but because of the weirdness of Hellblade, I got motion sickness from that, and I'm like, oh my gosh, if I got motion sickness from that where it was third person, I can't even imagine what it would be like to play it in VR. It is. Yeah, it's a really fun game. Okay, I'm recovering a lot faster than I did last time. I think I'll be good. And I want to know what's going on. Like, what is... The cake is a lie. What does this mean? Is it possible? Is there Portal VR? Could imagine there being Portal in VR. Let me look. I think it's a special thing. Oh, it's a community-made mod that requires you to have Portal 2. Portal Stories VR. Portal Stories builds on the foundations of award-winning Portal 2 modifications. VR. So it's a mini story set in the Portal universe. Features 10 brand new puzzles specifically designed to work using the 360 degrees room scale that VR offers. And it's free if you own Portal 2, which I do. One day. You know what? I'll add it to my library. It's in my library now. Yeah, that one. Fixing bridges and lining up runes with her mind and carrying the runes around in her mind. It was a good game. I really liked that game. If anyone knows anything... I've been getting some really good suggestions for games from you guys, so... I write them all down in my list. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to Jackbox. Does anyone want to play Jackbox? Hey, I don't know who all was here, but do you guys want to see the thing that I learned how to do recently? That I made? It has my art. I made an art. It might be. Alright, here you go.
Hydrate, bitch!
That is my drawing. What do you think? Have I been hiding my artistic talent from the world for too long? Did you just start playing games, Sean? Oh, you missed it? Okay, here. Hang on. Right here.
Hydrate, bitch!
Should I try adding it as an emote? Gotcha. I started playing games, like, when I was younger, I guess I'd start games. So saying that I never played games before isn't entirely accurate, but I'd never really played games until I started streaming like 5 months ago in August. And I started with really old games, so this is all very, very new. And if you haven't played Jackbox, you might like it. Jackbox is a lot of fun. They're like mini games that I'm able to play with you guys. All you need is like you need to be able to see my screen and you need to be able to access an internet browser. Yeah, they're party games. What are you watching this on? Are you on your phone? Hmm. Well, you probably still could play, because all you need to be able to do is... Yeah, that does sound like annoying. So, I guess no pressure. You don't need to if you don't want to. But all you need to be able to do is see my screen, and then also you could probably do the mini version of Twitch where it's like a little screen and then enter a website called Jackbox TV. I keep getting sidetracked as I'm trying to switch this. I hope that no one's joining expecting Portal and seeing me just be ADD as hell. Yeah. Then you would be able to play if you wanted to. There's no pressure. Gartic Phone? I haven't heard of that one. Is that a party game that I could play with you guys? Okay, so party games. Oh yeah, for sure. I'll keep an eye out. If your mom asks, I'll say that you were never here.
much.
I Cry Red. Thank you so much for joining. Or it's a Icy Red, right? For whatever reason, I always read it I Cry Red and then correct myself. Welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. Hello. Thank you. Oh, I also have this. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you guys for being awesome. Kev, welcome in. Hello. Hi. Alright, 1, 2, 3. I was about to let you know that we were going to be playing Jackbox. Let me change this title, actually. There we go. I'm feeling like I'm always cold these days as well. And it's not even cold here. I'm just a wimp. You do need a room code, but I haven't set up the game yet. There are a lot of different games. Okay, go away. Here. I have a couple different people. You said you're in Texas, right? Oh, right. You just said you're in Florida.
Ha, you got here second? Be quick,
Good
next
job,
time,
Kev.
Pepega.
Thank you for redeeming second. Oh, that sounds like fun. People generally like Quiplash. Do you guys want to start with Quiplash? I'm missing things because I'm focusing on the chat. And yeah, Skeleton, I am using the emotes. Room code. I've been modifying some of the emotes. Starting, like today I modified a couple of them because they are they do look very similar to each other. And I figured that, I don't know, it's been fun working on them. I hope you don't mind me doing that. I think you've said that it's okay. Gotcha. I don't remember the bird, but I wasn't listening. Shadow Revenant Knight, welcome in. Hello, how are you doing today? Look, this is one of the ones that I modified. It looks like a heart now. Oh, I need to work on that one. It doesn't look all that great. Welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, so let me pull this up. I've messaged all of the people that I promised to message. And I will show you how to log into this in case you don't know, because you need to connect your Twitch. Star, because I'm a star. Imperfect Lizard, thank you so much for stopping by. It's always really good to see you. Good luck with whatever you have to do tomorrow. Good night, sweet dreams. Okay. So there's that. Where's my, Oops, this is not what I meant to do. Remove. Go away, please. Yes. Oh, it looks like you figured it out. Most people need help with that. Good for you. Why are you being like this? Oh, Eagle Talon, hi! Pretty icy red I am? Eagle Talon, hi, how are you doing? Games are good, would you like to play a game? Yes. You're going to be, like, so this game, it's sort of like ad-libs where they're going to give you something and you need to come up with okay. Ads are annoying. Let me know when the ads are over. Yay, welcome back. That's what I have it set for, but sometimes it doesn't tell me when they're playing, which is really annoying. So it's basically like ad libs, where they're going to give you a prompt and you need to answer it with something that you think is funny, and you're going to be set up against someone else who has the same prompt, and we're gonna vote on what we think is the best. It's fun. I'm not explaining it very well. So it's like you have to watch the screen to know. I was like, I'm nice for wanting to show people that they can play. Apples to apples, you're not coming up with your own prompts. Well, thank you. I do my best to be nice. That's why I have this command as well, because I'm very nice. This is honestly my favorite command that I have. Okay, Eagle Talon, did you want to play, or did you say that you're busy? I mean, you're welcome to say it back. This is a free command that anyone can use. Okay, that's fair. No, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out. Alright, if there's anyone else that would like to play, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to be starting the game in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Of course. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun watching you guys play that game.
Hey there, this is a game we call Quiplash 3, the forced sequel. I'm your host, Schmitty, and for every Quiplash you get, Jackbox puts 1 nickel in my 401k. Didn't make it in the game and want to be heard? Put in that room code and vote in the audience. This is round 1. You're about to see a couple of different prompts on your device. Enter your best response for each, then go head-to-head against another player's best stuff. Oh, and everyone else gets to vote on their favorite. You get points based on the percentage of people who choose your answer. Off we go.
Also, if there's anyone that would like to help vote, you can join the audience.
You're running out of time. Don't be afraid to use a safety quip. Oh, I am so ready for this next part. Let us set sail with the real reason people are afraid of the dark.
Okay. The dark thoughts can no longer be avoided. Boogeyman. And now you just vote for which one you think is best. And I trust both of you guys, but there's a lot of trolls that come through this game, so... Yay, thank you. No slurs, no derogatory speech or hate speech, just, you know... Have fun, but don't do anything that will get me banned.
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Orange smegma. Good job.
And here we have the name of the tamest action movie ever made.
Patty cake, Winnie the
It's
Pooh.
real. Pick your favorite. Okay, let's not dwell
That's fair.
on round one anymore. Let's see your scores.
Wow, we're tied. I've never seen that happen before. Three-way tie.
So if round one was an appetizer, round two is a substantial meal. Double the points, double the indigestion. Time's almost up. Use a safety quip if you're stuck. All right, let's begin.
Yeah, some of those were hard.
Up to bat, we have... You can't ski on that mountain. It's called blank for a reason.
It's called Murder Mountain for a reason. It's called a broken lift for a reason. That's fair. Good job.
Next one up. The random video YouTube keeps recommending that you end up loving. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Funny animal videos. TikToker solves math problem and saves the world.
And next is a new casino game you're definitely going to lose money on.
Blackjack 2.0. The same gambling that Walter White did. Yeah, that's fair. Good job, Gallant Man.
Round two is through. Let's see how things shook out.
And now you're in the lead. It's always how it works. You think you're gonna lose, and then that's when you do well.
Flash, where all quip roads lead. You'll each receive a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Remember, big points mean big pressure. I see we have an odd number, so you'll be competing against moi. Lucky you.
No. His are always so good.
I'm ready if you are.
We'll see. So you can't join the game right now, but if you want to help vote,
Three
you
steps
can
essential to any good exercise routine
go to
are
jackbox.tv
blank, blank, and blank.
and enter this. The 3 essential steps to any good exercise routine are a proper
Here's the
sleep
fun
schedule,
part.
decent
Pick your
hydration, and a
favorite whip.
ridiculous amount of sex. Are high reps, low weight, and tons of energy bars. Nice. Oh, did we get someone in the audience voting?
3 things Mars needs before we can live there.
Air, water, beer, a boombox, cheeseburgers,
Choose your
Coca-Cola. Oh gosh, I like both of these.
And that is it. Well, except for this last part.
Sometimes you do need to refresh. Way to go, Sean! First game! First game, first win. Okay. I need to figure out why it wasn't letting me do that thing, but I might just end up... Oh! Huh. Thank you for the heckle. I'm trying to figure out why it's not letting me do this one thing. Would you guys like to play another game of this, or would you like to play something else? Because there's a lot of different games. Alright. I see red. Were you wanting me to show you how to log in, or were you just wondering how to play that specific game? So it's not letting me do it on this one. Maybe over here? I used to have a specific window for showing my browser so I could show you guys how to get in, but it's not working. I tried to do a game capture. Oh. Okay, weird that it's viewing that as a game. Alright, buddy, why are you like this? You say that you are capturing what you're supposed to be capturing, but you're not capturing what you're supposed to be capturing. So why are you saying you are when you're not? Alright, no worries. I mean, you could say overtake or pass. Sure. Wait, do I have to download it? What is it? Actually, can you send it to me? Well, I have Jackbox downloaded on my computer. You guys just can play on your thing. Here, let me check it out. What's it called again? Gartic Phone? So, you've heard that I was in the circus and I know how to do a couple different cool circus things, right? Were you here when I ate fire a couple days ago? Oh. The big redeem at the end, the biggest one, called Get Lit, that's fire eating. But it's also, I'm not accepting any more of those for now because it's raining outside and I can't eat fire inside without risking burning the house down. It looks like this is one that is better when you're playing. I'm looking at the Gartic phone. Ray, welcome in. Okay. Let's just play another game on Jackbox then, because I don't normally like starting new things. Or like I like to be able to check out new games before playing them on my stream just to make sure that I know how to moderate it if something does happen. Let's see. You said you're only using your phone, right? So a drawing one probably would be a bit overwhelming for you. How are you with words? I don't think that was actually the wrong command, Ray. But hey, you want to see the new art that I made? I drew this.
Hydrate, bitch!
Did you see the thing that I drew? Okay, what was I going to do? We could either play another game of Quiplash. It looks like we might have more people now. Let's just do another game of Quiplash. It's the easiest one. If anyone would like to join. I need to figure out why it's not letting me. So that's actually quite problematic. Gotcha. Okay, well, if it's not meant to be, then it's not meant to be. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for trying it. I don't know why OBS is not working right. I wouldn't be able to do the Gartic telephone anyways because it's not letting me screen share my browser. And I don't know why. There's a lot of people who just like hanging out and don't like the pressure of playing. Which I get. Sometimes it could be a lot having to play. Yeah, well, I'm excited that you like it. This is something that I do pretty often, so if you're awake and I'm playing it, it would be really cool if you join. Yeah. It can be Twitch is kind of demanding as it is. Twitch and playing a game, I'd imagine, is not ideal for your poor phone. It doesn't look like a lot of people want to play, so I might just switch over to Magium, which is another thing that I do. And it's a relaxing way to end my streams. I don't think I'm gonna be able to figure out why it's not working today, so that's something I'm gonna have to deal with at a later date. Alright. If no one else is going to join, I'm just going to end it here and I'm going to switch over to Magium, which is where I read out loud from this choose your own adventure text-based story app thing. A lot of people say that they like my voice and they like listening to my streams to fall asleep, so I decided to lean into it and start reading out loud. So, yeah. Oh, snap, you should definitely be going to sleep. I had no idea. Thank you for hanging out as long as you did. Good luck tomorrow. It's gonna take me a moment to get everything set up. But I'll switch it over now. You will be starting in the middle of the story. Just a heads up. Sounds good. Thank you for lurking, Gallant Man. Okay. Oh no, I didn't give up on Portal. I finished the level. I can only play it for a certain amount of time until my brain adjusts because I get motion sickness. But welcome back. But even though that level was very difficult, I was able to beat it. And that is, I'm happy with that. It's all good. You could always watch the VOD if you want. But I appreciate your guys' support and hanging out. Sean was kind of a... Sean came in clutch with helping me figure that one out. Alright. That has been updated. Cool. Yeah, there's a good amount of people. Stars. I appreciate everyone who is here. You're all wonderful. Okay. Beautiful picture. Love it. Hopefully, you're able to sleep and not get in trouble. I will be right back and then I'll get started. My bad. I always forget to turn the mic back on. Alright, so just so you guys know, what I just did was I disabled sound alerts, so if you try to redeem something, it won't work, so don't do that. And for people who've been here before, that you know that I like to record my Magium stuff separately so I can upload it to my YouTube separately. So I'm going to act as if I'm starting the stream over, and yeah, that's explaining why I'm doing that. So I will start now. I think we're actually, hang on, let me pull this up so I can make sure that I'm starting the right thing. Okay. Okay, so hang on. Hi everyone, I'm Lady Teddy. I'm going to be reading out loud to you guys from a text-based choose-your-own-adventure story app called Magium, which is free on both Android and iOS, and I have a lot of respect for the author, so if you guys like the story, you should go and download it for yourself, because there's a lot of different paths that you can take. Currently, the path that I am taking is, it's a smart, good berry run-through, and we're on chapter 11. The main character's name is Barry. If you guys don't want to download it for yourself, you can always check it out on my YouTube. And if you have any questions or have any suggestions for... If it's like a smart, good thing, I'm probably going to make the decision myself. But if it's something else, I'll normally ask if there's anyone conscious who wants to help me pick the next path. And if no one answers, then I'll just decide for myself. But yeah, if you guys want to help, you are more than welcome to. Alright, so I will get started. Assuming that this, yes, okay, cool. It is working. Where we're leaving off, Barry was just put in a situation where he saved a slave girl, and then Eden, who's been alive for too long and is too powerful and is tired of humanity's ugliness, is like, so, now that you've saved one, are you gonna save the rest of them? Because otherwise you're just pampering your own ego. And he answers, this is the character's response that we just picked. Should I just ignore everyone who needs help because I can't save the whole world? Eden pauses for a bit to ponder on my question. Well, Marshman, you're still here. Thank you so much for lurking. I'm glad you're still here. Well, if you put it like that, then I suppose you shouldn't, Eden says. Very well, then. I believe that my job here is done, so I will take my leave. Eden raises himself in the air, and he prepares to teleport out of the city. Oh, and there's one more thing I should tell you before I go, the Stillwater says, as he turns to Darren and Kate. The spell I cast just now on Barry was an area of effect spell and not a targeted one. This means that it affected the whole area around me, and not just him, so the two of you have been given the same gift as your friend. The effect of my spell lasts indefinitely, so this power is yours to use as you please from this day forward. With this said and done, I bid you farewell. Eden then snaps his fingers and he immediately disappears without a trace. Sir? The slave girl says as she pulls on my sleeve softly. Excuse me, sir? As I turn around, the girl takes a bow and then she introduces herself. My name is Ella, she says, but most of my masters simply call me slave girl. I know that I might not look like much, but if you will have me, I vow to serve you to the best of my ability until the day I die. Just give me my first order and our contract will be complete. Sure, I guess you can start by shining my boots. They're a little dirty. Wait, I didn't mean to become your new master. I only meant to set you free. Okay. how about coming with us to Rose's house for the time being? I feel like smart, good Barry would pick this one. Good would definitely be one of these two, but I think smart would do this one, so I'm gonna go with this one. Okay, how about coming with us to Rose's house for the time being? As you wish, Master, Ella says. Barry, Kate says, you can't just make decisions like this without asking Rose first. She's already agreed to let us all stay in her house. Don't you think that's enough? It's okay, Kate, Rose says, smiling. I don't mind. In fact, I was just about to suggest the same thing. But for now, I think Ella should start by getting rid of those bruises. She turns to the girl. That tall man over there, dressed in armor, just so happens to be our group's healer. He'll fix you up in a jiffy. Isn't that right, Darren? Darren seems to be deeply buried in his own thoughts when Rose called out to him. It took him a while before he came to his senses and realized what she wanted from him. Yeah, he says. Sure. Come over here and we'll have a look. As Ella goes to get healed, Rose pulls me and Kate aside to have a little private conversation with us. Okay, listen up, Rose whispers to us. I don't want anyone getting any ideas of telling that poor girl you're setting her free or anything of the sort. I'm looking at you, Barry. Why would it be so bad to make her understand that she's free to do whatever she likes from now on? I ask. Rose sighs. Even if the girl understands your true intentions, what would you expect her to do when she's free? Rose asks. She has no home to go to, no family, no friends, no possessions, and to make matters worse, everyone knows that she's been a slave until recently. Even if she would somehow manage to find a place to work somewhere, no one would bat an eye if someone were to kidnap her and make her into a slave all over again. At most, you'd be giving her a small taste of freedom, which would be ripped away from her a few days afterwards. If you're telling us all this, then I suppose you have an idea on what we can do with her? I do, Rose says, smiling. I'm going to hire her as a maid at my house. I've always been a bit worried about leaving my two siblings alone whenever I went away for a long time, so I usually ask my ex-husband to check up on them every now and then. But if I had a maid to take care of things, I would be much more relieved. Aren't you worried about leaving your little brother and sister alone with the person you barely know? Kate asks. Taking into account the harsh training that slaves get these days, I very much doubt that Ella would ever do anything to harm the children, Rose says. It will also be a while until I leave again on such a long journey away from home. So I'll have plenty of time to get to know her and learn what kind of person she is. Rose pauses. Besides, she says, Darren and Eden both made me realize that I haven't been completely honest with myself until now regarding the way slaves get treated in our society. What Eden said was completely true. I really have been turning a blind eye to this whole situation because it was more convenient that way. I have no excuse. Even if I can't change the way our society works, I can still try to help where I can. Seeing Barry tackle the problem so directly in front of my eyes gave me the courage to finally start doing something about it myself. And for now, the way I can help is to provide a home and a sense of purpose to this poor, unfortunate girl. Okay, you're all patched up now, Darren tells Ella. Thank you, sir, the girl says. Evil Raphas, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Currently, I am reading out loud from a Choose Your Own Adventure story app called Magium. Now that her bruises are gone and I get a good look at her face, I suddenly realize that Ella could very well give Rose a run for her money in a beauty contest. Even though her messy black hair and her tattered rags and the tattered rags she's wearing aren't doing her any favors, her face has all the features that make a girl look beautiful without any makeup. She has a small nose, high cheekbones, full lips, and large brown eyes, while her body's proportions seemed almost perfectly balanced. If she'd lived a normal life and she had attended a school like all the other girls her age, she would have likely been very popular. Girls would have killed to have her in their groups, and boys would have courted her every single day. She would have had a life that most girls her age could only dream of. If she'd had a normal life. All right then, Rose says as she takes a sideways glance towards the people who are standing on the side of the street staring at us. We shouldn't linger here. We shouldn't linger here any longer. Let's go get Hadrick and Flower, and we'll take another route towards my house. When Hadrick saw us enter the shop to call for him, he seemed a bit disappointed. It appeared he would have liked to browse the shop's wares a little bit more before leaving. Why did you come to get me so early? Hadrick asks. Weren't we all going to wait for Flower to come back? Some stuff happened which made us decide to pick another route towards my home, Rose says. We'll tell you all the details when we get there. Uh-huh, Hadrick says, and I'm guessing those details will also cover how you all recruited a new team member in my absence? You catch on fast, Rose says with a playful smile. Name's Hadrick, Hadrick says as he approaches Ella, but most friends call me the Dwarf. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The Dwarf extends... Evo Rafis, thank you for Thank you for the raid and for coming by. Have a good night. Sweet dreams. The dwarf extends his hand towards the girl, but she gets scared and she instinctively jumps back when he gets near her. Ella then looks at both me and Rose, seemingly to ask for our approval, and when I nod to her, she hesitantly grabs Hadrick's hand and she shakes it weakly. You've really never met a dwarf before, have you, lass? Hadrick asks Ella with a grin. It's a bit more complicated than that, Rose says. Like I said, we'll go over the details when we arrive at my house. Come on, let's go get Flower. We found Flower a few minutes later on one of the streets we'd taken when we first came into the city. She'd already finished replacing the chain on Araka's amulet, and she was also surprised that we didn't wait for her at the designated meeting spot. But she agreed to postpone her questions until we'd reached Rose's house. We took a somewhat roundabout way this time around in order to make sure that nobody who saw the earlier scene was following us. As we advanced into the city, the scenery began to slowly change, and instead of broken down shacks, we started seeing more elegant houses and even a few mansions. The putrid smell on the streets was also long gone by the time we'd finally reached Rose's house. To our surprise, despite her previous claims of living in relative poverty, Rose's house was in fact a very large mansion, with 2 floors and a yard the size of a small park. Kate, you can stop suppressing your magical aura now, Rose says as she walks towards her yard. My siblings don't know what a banshee is, so there's no need to hide from them. Rose, I don't mean to sound rude, Hadrick says, but didn't you tell me you and your 2 siblings were living a modest life here in the city? Rose blushes. I am not the one who bought this house, Rose says. This is where I used to live with my old husband before we got divorced. He told me that he didn't mind me keeping the house for myself since he owned many other mansions in better areas of the city. I meant to refuse him at first, but I had both my siblings and my sickly father to care for at the time, and it would have been very hard for me to continue living with them in our old cramped house. Ah, he was trying to win you back with a little parting gift, was he? Hadrick asks with a grin. Actually, no, Rose says. The main reason why we broke up is that Enrique was never really the kind of man who would be happy being tied down to only one woman. After we got divorced, he told me that during our marriage he felt like a caged bird that was denied the freedom to soar the skies in search of stars that shined brightly in the night. He also told me that no matter how many stars he'd end up visiting, I would always remain the sun that outshines them all, and that he'd never love another woman with as much passion as he loved me. Rose giggles. It was always hard to take him seriously when he said things like that. She says, smiling. Look, it's Rose! I hear a young girl shout from the distance as she comes running towards us. Rose is back! Rose is back! Come quick! The little girl, who appears to be Rose's 8-year-old sister, is now waving towards her 9-year-old brother, and they race across the yard until they finally reach us. Rose, look! The girl says with a proud tone in her voice as she takes something out of her pocket and shows it to her. Billy's already 14 years old, and he's just as lively as ever, see? That's really good news, Susie, Rose says, smiling, as she pats her sister on the head. I'll admit that I was a bit worried about him while I was gone, but I see now that I had no reason to doubt you. I noticed that the virtual pet toy that Susie is holding in her hand looks incredibly similar to my stat device, even more so than I remembered. Could it be some ancient device made by the Lysathi which holds hidden powers like the fortune teller's trinket that I have in my pocket? Ask Susie if I can borrow her toy for a second to take a look at it, leave Susie's toy alone. Smart Berry would get more information. Achievement unlocked, a mystery symbol. Thank you, Icy Red. Susie, I say, can I borrow that toy of yours for a second? I want to look at something. No, the girl says, it's mine, you can't have it. Honestly, I don't know what I was expecting when I asked that question. Alright, then how about a trade? I say as I take out my stat booster from my pocket. I'll let you play around with this while I take a look at your toy. Deal? The girl tries to feign indifference when she sees my stat device, but it's easy enough to see that I've piqued her interest. Eventually, she gives in and agrees to temporarily trade her device for my own. As I study her toy closely, I notice that there is a small marking on the side which looks much like a bended fork. But aside from that, there is nothing else that stands out. I didn't even feel that faint tingling sensation that I usually get when my stat device tries to attach itself to my aura. Maybe it is only a toy after all. You sure it's a good idea to hand her device over to her like that, Barry? Hadrick asks me, grinning. Aren't you worried that she'll completely mess all of your stats while she plays with it? Nah, I say. I made sure to lock all the stats before I gave it to her. The only thing she could do right now is look at the screen. Once I'm done looking at the toy, I give it back to Rose's sister in exchange for my stat device. You tricked me, Susie says with a pouty face. Your toy is broken. It doesn't do anything. That's not fair. Life is never fair, kid, I tell her, as I put my device back in my pocket. It's better to learn this while you're young. Don't you listen to him, Susie, Rose says. Barry's just grumpy because his parents would only give him broken toys when he was a kid. Susie giggles. Poor Barry, she says. Poor Barry, her brother mimics her. Rose, Darren says, could you show me to my room? All I want right now is to lie down in a bed for a while. Certainly, Rose says. Follow me. I'll show you the way. We'll come too. We'll come too. We'll come too, Rose's siblings say in unison. Okay, you'll come too, Rose says, smiling. She then turns to us. Please make yourselves comfortable, Rose says. You can come inside the house and wait in the main hall if you'd like. Nah, we're good for now. Thanks, Hadjic says. We'll just sit at one of these picnic tables. I'll be right back, Rose says, and then she goes with Darren and her siblings inside the mansion. Is that what you were going for? For the people who are watching this VOD, I know that you can't see Stream Elements messages. Kev's points are now at... That's 100,000 million... 6,900,000,000 and 69 points, which is 69,000,000,000,000,069. I have 29 users, and I don't have 29 users in my chat right now. I probably had 29 people here today. But you're welcome. Sorry, Kev. You can gamble that away if you'd like. Alright. I've only seen one person ever win slots before, and it was me. In a Seekings chat. Anyways, continuing on. Rip. Oh. That was weird. Alright. Continuing on. I can't believe this, Hadrick said, after hearing all of our story. So you're saying that now Flower and I are the only ones who can't attack any of the locals because we weren't there when eating cast his spell? Actually, I never had that problem to begin with. Flower says, I'm not participating in the tournament, remember? Their spell doesn't affect me. Great, Hadrick says. Just great. Why did I have to enter that armor shop? They didn't even have anything worth buying. Excuse me, Master, says Ella, who is seated right next to me. I don't mean to interrupt, but you haven't given me any task to perform since we arrived here. Oh, it's fine, I tell her. Don't worry about it. You can just sit there and rest for now. Yes, sir? She says. Instead of calming her down, my words seem to have only made her more restless. She is now fidgeting nervously, sweating all over as she stares intently at the table in front of her. There you are, Rose says as she approaches us and then seats herself next to Flower. Darren's already unpacked his bags. Would you like me to show you your rooms? We can do that later, Hadrick said. Ella's been sitting here biting her nails for the past 15 minutes because she doesn't have anything to do. Don't you have any work around the house that you need doing? Oh no, I couldn't possibly make her work so soon after what she's been through, Rose says. She turns to the girl. Ella, Rose says, you can go to sleep for as long as you need, and after you're well rested, I'll give you a tour of the house. Is that okay with you? Ella suddenly jumps to her feet with a very scared look on her face. There's no need to give me the test, the girl says. I promise I will work my hardest. I won't disappoint you. I promise. Her sudden outburst had temporarily rendered us speechless as we all paused to look at each other for a few seconds. Ella, nobody is testing anyone. Please, sit down. You must be really tired. Yes, sir, Ella says with a high-pitched tone, almost as if she were about to cry, and she sits herself down again. Rose, what is she talking about? What kind of test is she referring to? I don't know, Rose says. I've never heard of anything like this before. She's talking about the test of loyalty, Kate says, all of a sudden. It's a test used to make sure that prisoners don't try to run away from their captors. They used it quite a bit at the beacon. I don't get it, Hedrick says. Why does the girl think that we're testing her? We never implied that we were doing anything of the sort. Because you were all being too nice, Kate says, and that's always how a test of loyalty begins. At the beginning, every now and then, a member of the staff or a complete stranger would start acting very nice and considerate with one of the orphans, out of the blue. After some time, when they were sure that they'd gained their trust, they'd suddenly say that they wanted to help them escape. If the orphan believed them and followed their instructions, they would be recaptured by the very person that tried to help them, and told that it was all a test of loyalty that they had failed. Then they would either be beaten senseless for breaking the rules, or they'd be killed to serve as an example for all the other orphans. This way, if anyone ever actually tried to help one of us, we'd never believe them and we'd choose to remain prisoners out of fear. Rose gasps. My gods, that's horrible, she says. But if what you say is true, then how are we going to convince Ella that we're telling the truth? We're not going to convince her, Kate says. Even after hearing us discuss things openly in front of her like this, she probably still thinks it's all just part of an elaborate act. In order to make her lower her guard, she must think that once she agrees to rest, she'll have failed the test and will deem her worthless, just like that noble. Ask Kate if there's anything we can do to make the girl less suspicious of us, or Order Ella to go trim the bushes from the garden in order to ease her fears. I'm leaning... Wait, Marshbang one, what? Oh, dang. I've only seen 2 people do that. I'm surprised that they only got that much. Normally it's multiplied by a certain degree. Thank you, I see red. That is necessary. Oh. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My dog's right by my feet, so that's why my posture was terrible. She had just jumped when I tried moving her slightly. And now I'm guilty because dogs are able to do that quite easily. And thank you for the hydrate. I didn't put the picture overlay on this screen. But I'll redeem it for you myself when I go back to the other screen. Did anyone have a preference between these two? I'm inclined to go with this one, but I don't think that either of them, considering what's going on, I don't think either of them is. Yeah. If no one makes a choice, I will go with that one in like a minute. Okay. Is there anything we could do to make Ella less suspicious of us? I asked Kate. Yes, Kate says. First of all, you're going to have to stop trying to pamper her. It's only making things worse. All right, Rose says with a determined look on her face as she turns to the girl. Ella, you're going to march into that house and bring me a glass of water. The kitchen is visible from the main hall. It's equipped with a sink with running water, and there are some glasses on one of the upper shelves. Did you get all that? Yes, sir, the girl says as she gets up in a hurry. I'll bring it to you at once. As the girl rushes towards the house, Rose lets out a big sigh, as if what she'd just done had cost her a great deal of energy. I hope that wasn't too harsh on the poor girl, Rose says with a concerned look on her face. We're going to have to think of a way to make Ella get more accustomed to her current situation, Kate says. Ordering her around like this can only serve as a temporary solution. As we sit there and think, Ella comes out of the house with a glass of water in her hand, and with both of Rose's siblings running around her in circles as she walks. I think I might have an idea, Rose says with a smile as she looks at the 3 of them. You're very pretty, Susie tells Ella as she approaches us. Thank you, sir. Ella says, looking a little confused. Susie giggles. I like you, she says. You're funny. I think I have the perfect job for you, Ella, Rose says, after Ella brings her a glass of water. What would you have me do, sir? Ella asks. I want you to follow my little sister Susie around wherever she goes, and I want you to listen to her every order for the remainder of the day, Rose says with an evil smile. Of course, Ella says. I will not let you down. Susie gasps. She'll do anything I say? She asks. Anything you say, Rose says with a smile. Susie squeals happily when she hears Rose's answer. Ella, follow me. I know exactly what we're going to do next. Yes, miss, sir, Ella says as she follows the little girl into the mansion. You sure that was a good idea? Hedrick asks. I'm positive, Rose says. Now come on, I'll show you each to your rooms so you can unpack. After we each settled down in our own rooms, we went to meet outside with Rose, who needed to go visit the Sparrows district in order to bring all of her collected herbs to the sick. She said she'd most likely come back by sundown and that she'd leave the house in our care until then. As we all waved goodbye to Rose, Susie suddenly rushes out the front door, pulling Ella by the hand while rushing towards us. If I did not know that Ella left with Susie a little while ago, it would have taken me a long minute to figure out whose hand the little girl was holding. The former slave girl was nearly unrecognizable, as she was now wearing an elegant green dress while her hair had been cleaned up and meticulously braided. She looked stunning. I guess this explains what the two of them have been doing for the past 2 hours. Ta-da! Susie says with a very proud look on her face. Wow, Hedrick says. That is quite the change. Are you the one who braided her hair, Susie? Yep, the little girl says, beaming. Isn't she beautiful? Come on, Ella, don't be shy, and turn around so everyone can see. Ella seems to be very flustered about all of this, and her cheeks could not be any more red. She probably isn't used to getting this much attention. She turns around just as ordered, so we can all have a look at her braided hair. Looking at it closely, you could clearly see that there's been a lot of work put into this. The girl must have been at it for at least the better part of an hour. Come on, Ella, Susie says as she grabs her hand, and she pulls her back towards the mansion. Let's play! Hedrick, Kate, Flower, and I spent the rest of the day at one of the picnic tables, chatting and eating some more of Flower's magically conceived delicacies. Darren did not come out of the mansion at all during the day, so he must have spent most of the time in his room. As we all sat down at the table, every once in a while we'd catch a glimpse of Susie and Ella, running around the yard or playing hide-and-seek. As the sun was starting to set, it was becoming clear that Ella was making a great effort to keep up with the little girl's demands as she got more and more tired. Faster! Susie says, as Ella runs around the yard, giving her a piggyback ride. You can do it, Ella! Faster! Hey, Susie! Rose's younger brother says as he watches Ella run in circles around the yard. Ella will do anything you say, right? Yep, the little girl says. Tell her to stand on her hands, the boy says. What? Susie asks, shocked. No, why would I tell her to do that? Because it'd be fun to watch, the boy says. I won't tell her to stand on her hands, Kevin. Why not? She'll do everything you tell her, so what's the problem? That doesn't mean we have to make fun of her, Susie says, visibly upset. Pfft, Kevin says. You're no fun. No, you're no fun, Susie says. You're just a mean meanie head, and that's why you don't have any friends. Susie gets down from Ella's back and she hugs her tightly while giving her brother a menacing look. Don't worry, Ella, the little girl says. I would never do anything to hurt you. Ella now looks like she's barely able to stand on her feet. Thank you, miss, she says with the last of her strength, and then she faints due to exhaustion. Ella! Susie screams. When we see what happened, Hedrick and I both rush simultaneously towards Ella, and the first thing we do is to make sure that she is still alive. The girl is still breathing, but she has a very high fever. I did this, Susie says as tears start streaming down her face. I killed her! I shouldn't have asked her for that piggyback ride. I should have seen that she was too tired, and now she's going to die and it's all my fault. As she finishes her last sentence, the girl breaks down into uncontrollable crying, and she buries her head in her arms. Try to comfort Susie, or let someone else deal with Susie and go call for Darren. I think either of these work for Good Smart Berry, but I will go with this one if no one says otherwise. Also, it's 11:11. Everyone make a wish. All right. Try to comfort Susie. Susie, listen to me, I tell the girl as I put my hands on her shoulders. Ella is going to work herself to exhaustion whether you ordered her to or not. It's not your fault. I'll go get Darren, Kate says as she heads towards the mansion. You don't know that, Susie tells me. You can't know that. Yes, I can, I tell the girl. We tried to get Ella to rest, but she wouldn't listen to us. Rose only entrusted her to you because she knew that you wouldn't overwork her any more than she'd already overworked herself. She's not going to die. She's only exhausted, and that's all. She'll recover after a good night's sleep. Barry, come on, Hedrick says. We need to get her to a bed somewhere. Do you know if there are any empty rooms still left in the mansion? Yeah, there's one at the end of the long hallway on the right, I say. I'll show you the way. Come on, Susie. You're coming too. We manage to get Ella lying on a bed, and soon afterwards, Kate and Darren come rushing into the room. Why didn't anyone tell her to get some rest? Darren says as he casts a healing spell on the girl. She was already exhausted when we first met her. We tried to, Kate says, but she wouldn't listen. She was too afraid that if she showed any weakness, we'd discard her without thinking, like that noble. That low-life bastard, Darren says as he clenches his fist. I'd kill him if he weren't already dead. After Darren finished the spell, we could see that the girl's breathing was starting to become more relaxed. I took care of the fever, Darren says, but the fatigue is still there. She'll need to rest for a while in order to fully recover. Oh gods, what happened here? Rose says as she enters the house and she sees us all standing around Ella's bed. The girl overworked herself and she fainted from exhaustion, Hedrick says. I figured that might happen, she says. Is she going to be okay? She's fine, Darren says. She's just tired. But she won't be able to work anymore for the rest of the day. I can still work, Ella says as she wakes up hearing Darren's words, and she tries to get out of bed only to fall on her back soon afterwards. Ella, you're alive, Susie says as she hugs her with all her might. You're alive. Master, I can still work, Ella says with desperation in her eyes as she tries to get out of bed again, but fails. Please, just give me an order. No, Rose says as she frowns at her. You can't work anymore today. You can't even get out of bed. That means, as a slave, you are completely worthless to me now, and the only fate that awaits a worthless slave is death. Ella looks at Rose with fear in her eyes, but she no longer has the strength to fight back. Rose Rose grabs the girl's hand between her palms. She looks her in the eyes and she gives a warm smile. But you're not a slave anymore, Rose says. You have no longer been a slave ever since Barry saved you from that noble today. I did not bring you here to work for me as a slave. I brought you here to work as a maid. If I truly considered you to be my slave, then nothing should have stopped me from ending your life when you became a burden to me. You, of all people, should know this better than anyone. The fear in Ella's eyes is slowly starting to leave her, and it looks as if she's finally beginning to understand what Rose really means. You are free, Ella, Rose says. You are no longer bound by anyone or anything. You can go wherever you want and do whatever you want for as long as you want. You don't have to listen to anyone's orders ever again, and you can make your own choices without living in fear. Rose pauses. But if you'll allow me to make a selfish request, Rose says, I would be very grateful if you chose to remain here. I don't have a lot of money to give you, but the kids will probably drive you half mad. Will probably drive you mad half of the time. But Susie has already gotten very attached to you, and I think she'd really miss you if you were gone. I can't promise you that you'd have a good life here, but I can promise that we'll try our hardest to make you feel at home. Ella, would it be too much to ask of you to keep working for us for a while longer? No, Ella says as she looks like she's about to cry. No, of course not. I would love to keep working here. My time spent here has been the happiest of my life. I don't want to leave. I promise that I'll work hard and that I'll never betray your trust. Then our contract is complete, Rose says as she smiles and she takes the girl's hand. You can start working chores as soon as you're fully recovered. But if you're really keen on not slacking off today, you can still play with Susie. I'm pretty sure that she's not planning to leave your bedside anytime soon. Now that Rose has finally managed to put Ella's worries to rest, we decided to leave her alone with Susie so that she could take her mind off work for a few hours. Since it was getting close to bedtime, we each started heading towards Since it was getting close to bedtime, we each started heading towards our own rooms and said we'd meet up again in the morning to plan what we'd wanted to do next. Before going to bed, I took a nice long bath in one of the many bathrooms available in the mansion. It was nice to have hot water. It was nice to bathe in hot water for a change, after all of those days of washing in cold lakes and rivers. As I entered my room, my stat device started beeping loudly. It's been a while since I've gotten any new points to spend on my stats. I need to be extra careful with what I choose to upgrade this time, because at this rate, who knows when I'll be getting my next batch of points. I take the device out of my pocket and start thinking how to make the best use of these points. Alright, I'll save here. Load game. Alright. I'll go here. Just to, round it out. And then I'll decide later. Knock knock, Rose says, while standing near the door as she sees me focusing intensely on the stat device. Am I interrupting something? No, I was just about done, I say as I put my stat booster back in my pocket. It's a good thing that you didn't go to sleep yet, she says as she walks into my room carrying a tray full of muffins. I know that these muffins will not compare to anything that Flour can cook up, but I really wanted to show you my appreciation for what you did today. I don't even know what Pokemons I have, if I'm being honest. I rarely, rarely participate in that, but I know other people find it entertaining, so I have that bot going. So, I have no idea. Sorry. um, but I really wanted to show you my appreciation for what you did today somehow. She places the tray on a small table near my bed, and she seats herself on the bed beside me. These are really good, I tell her as I take a bite, but there's no need to go out of your way to make them just for me. I don't remember doing anything special. You're the one who came up with the idea of having Ella spend her day with Susie. You're the one who finally managed to calm her down, not me. You know very well what I'm talking about, Barry, Rose says. I'm talking about the moment when you took it upon yourself to save that girl's life, despite the enormous risks and dangers that you put yourself through because of it. Oh, there's no need to thank me for that, I say. I only did it because it felt right to me in the time, not because I wanted any reward. I know, Rose says, smiling, and that's why I'm thanking you. Your selfless actions are what gave me the courage to finally start addressing the problem that I've been trying to ignore for all these years. Seeing that girl's face light up when I told her she could stay here made me happier than any other reward ever could. After all these years, I finally feel like I'm starting to make a difference. And it's all thanks to you, Barry. Rose pauses. Do you remember the discussion we had on the first day we met? Rose says, when I asked you if there was anything going on between you and Kate. Yeah, I remember, I say. Do you still feel the same way about me now as you did back then? I'm just gonna give you guys a spoiler alert. If you decide this one, they're gonna do the sex. I've been saying I'm going to keep all love interests open, but I will allow you guys to decide now what, because there's enough people who are conscious to help decide. Would you guys like to romance Rose or not? Alright. Also, Sean, you should be going to sleep. Of course not. I like you a lot more now than I did back then. Rose blushes. She doesn't say a word for a few seconds, and then she suddenly gets a very determined look on her face. All right then, Rose says as she gets up from the bed and goes to close and lock the bedroom's door, and then comes back to place herself right in front of me. What are you? I start to say, but I don't get to finish as Rose bends over and kisses my lips softly. She then gets on top of me and slowly pushes me onto the bed as her lips remain pressed against mine. Wait, I say. Are we doing this now? Why not? Rose asked me with a playful smile. Would you rather we do this in some ruins while fighting a bunch of ogres? Well, no, but I mean, we're still kind of in the middle of a deadly mage tournament, I say. We're not getting married, Barry, Rose says, smiling. It's just one night. As long as I drink my tea of infertility in the morning, we may as well part ways tomorrow and nothing will have changed. Yes, but... Rose puts her index finger on my lips in order to silence me. I will not hear another word from you, she says. This is my thanks to you for everything you've done for me since we first met. We're doing this, and that's final. She smiles. You don't need to worry about anything, Barry, she says. Just close your eyes and let me take care of everything. I promise you that neither of us are going to regret this. She then presses her lips against mine once more as she starts to slowly unbutton my shirt. The next 2 hours seemed like they were almost a dream. Was I really still in the same place where I've been desperately fighting for my life for almost a week? The same place where I spent my time fighting dragons, dodging traps, and stealing treasure from ogres? Actually, now that I pause to think about it, last week is starting to sound a lot more like a dream than what happened tonight. Maybe it really was a dream. I mean, seriously. Dragons? Who in their right mind would ever believe a story like that? With these final thoughts, I put my head on the pillow, I hug Rose tightly in my arms, and I close my eyes. I wake up several hours later to the sound of Darren's voice. Barry, wake up, he says. You're not planning on sleeping in again, are you? Come on, get up, or we'll leave you behind. As Darren leaves, I take a look outside my window, and I see that the sun had only just risen about an hour ago. Everyone was already waiting outside, while Rose's siblings were running around the yard as lively as ever. I guess it wasn't a dream after all. I jump out of bed and get dressed, but I don't take my backpack with me. Darren probably only meant that we were just going downtown to get some supplies. I take some money with me and my dagger just in case, and then I head downstairs. Rose wasn't in my room when I woke up, which means that she most likely left early in order to avoid turning us into today's main headline. It was probably for the best. I don't think I could bear to look at Hedrick's smug grin if he ever found out what happened last night. About time, Hedrick says as I approach everyone who was waiting in the yard. What took you so long? Where are we going? I ask Rose, as I completely ignored Darren's question. We're going to a hospital in the Beggars District, Rose says. I went there yesterday after visiting the Sparrows District, and I saw a lot of wounded who weren't being treated properly due to a severe lack of qualified personnel. None of them seemed to be in critical condition, but Darren's healing spells could be a godsend to those people. At first, I only wanted to bring Darren, but Hedrick insisted that we all go. It's safer if we stick together, Hedrick says. Just because we're in a city, it doesn't mean that we can let our guards down. We're still in the middle of a deadly mage tournament, after all. All right, is everyone ready? Rose says. Wait, Rose, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. Something. Flower says. Yes, Flower, what is it? Rose asks. Did something happen to you while you were in your room last night? Flower says. No, nothing happened. Why do you ask? Rose says. Well, I thought that you might have been afraid of getting attacked in your sleep or something, since this morning I saw you come out of Barry's room instead of yours, Flower says. After Flower finishes her sentence, her eyes suddenly turn bright blue as Aluna smacks herself hard in the forehead. Rose's face has turned completely red, and everyone is now looking straight at us. Rose? Kate says, looking very confused. Did you and Barry... Ha 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 ha, Hedrick says, laughs loudly. Way to go, Barry. I always knew you had it in you. Wait, Rose says, trying hard not to panic. This isn't what you think. It was only one night. We're not... Darren coughs loudly all of a sudden, and he drowns out Rose's words. Rose, he says, which way did you say the hospital was again? Are we taking the same route as yesterday? No, Hadrick says as she rushes in front of us. There's no reason to take that roundabout way anymore. We can take a more direct path this time. Follow me. I'll show you the way. After we left the mansion, nobody mentioned anything about me and Rose anymore. Darren's intervention seems to have been enough to bring them back to their senses. He may be an ass most of the time, but when push came to shove, I guess he really can be a lot of help. I owe him one for this. It took us less than an hour to reach the Beggars District this time around. The foul smell was still there, but somehow it didn't bother me so much anymore. Maybe I'd gotten accustomed to it in the meantime. Rose, Kate says, as we travel through the Beggars District, are you sure it's a good idea to be seen alongside us right now? We may well have become wanted criminals in this city after yesterday's incident. Oh, you don't need to worry about me, Rose says. A few years ago, our king enacted a law that prevents us locals from being incriminated by simply associating with criminals from other continents. Since Varathians aren't prone to associating with outsiders in general, it is assumed that when they do, it is because they are being held hostage. The Gnome King has enacted many such laws that protect us from harm over the past few years. He is seen as a king of the people, and many look up to him because of that. Hostages? Has the spell protecting you from the outsiders malfunctioned before now? How does this king of the people get along with the nobles? I don't think either of these, both of these work for Smart Goodberry, so if anyone who's conscious has suggestions, now's your time. Otherwise, I will probably go with this one. Okay. How does this king of the people get along with the nobles? Not very well, Rose says. He's been trying to take away many of their unfair privileges over the years, and that obviously didn't sit well with them. However, since he is still rather new and inexperienced, the nobles have managed to keep him in check for the time being. You said earlier that this king of yours is a gnome, Hedrick said. Did I hear that right? Yes, you heard me right, Rose says. Are we talking about the same kind of gnomes here? Are we talking about the same kind of gnomes here? Hedrick asks. You know, the frail-looking midgets that can't grow a beard and that are even smaller than dwarves? The ones that are so disorganized that they can't even form their own country, choosing instead to live their lives as nomads who never settle down in one place for more than a few years. They may be seen as disorganized by many people, Rose says, but no one can deny the fact that they are also incredibly resourceful, and that most of the great inventors of our time are of gnome origin. The king of Thilius was also a renowned inventor before he was elected as a king. Elected? Kate asks, shocked. Do you mean to say that the current king of Thilius is not of royal blood? Yes, that's what I'm saying, Rose says. The old king of Thelius did not leave an heir, and before he died of old age, he made a public announcement saying that he wanted the next king to be elected through a vote, so that he may become a true king of the people. Naturally, the nobles did not really agree with this, but they couldn't defy the king openly, so they were forced to hold the vote despite their misgivings. Since Golmic was very well known for his inventions and for his cheerful personality, he quickly became the favorite candidate, and he was eventually chosen by a vast majority to rule over our kingdom. I don't mean to interrupt, Aluna says, but is this marketplace supposed to be so deserted at this hour? I would have expected at least the merchants to be awake at this time in the morning. No, you're right, Rose says. This is strange. Usually, this place is filled with people around this time of day. And come to think of it, most of the streets that we've passed so far have been empty as well. This smells like an ambush to me, Hadrick says. Yeah, it's definitely an ambush. Araka says. There are 2 mages heading our way right now. They will appear in front of us once they pass that corner. As Araka finishes her sentence, the whole area around us is lit by a bright green light for a few seconds, and immediately afterwards, Rose loses her consciousness and falls on the ground. Darren rushes to her side in order to check her pulse, and he signals to us that she is alive. Where did that light come from? Hadrick asks. Did those 2 mages do it? It's very likely. Aluna says, You may not have realized it because I am still controlling the body, but Flower has also fainted, and I can't wake her up. She looks like she's in some kind of stasis, much like the one I put her in when we entered the ogre fort. As Darren tries to wake Rose up, the 2 mages that were coming our way finally make their appearance. One of them is dressed in black robes, and one of them is dressed in black robes and has a snake tattoo on his bald head, while the other one is wearing a green robe and a silver circlet on its head. I immediately recognized them as being the 2 followers of the God of Death and the God of Fate that tried to kill us with the Stillwater skeletons on the day that we met Hadrick. So much for your stupid trap, Zack, the mage in the green robes says. We paid all of that money, and all we managed to do was knock out one member of their team who can't knock out the one member of their team who can't even put up a fight. Silence, fool, Zack says. The merchant warned us that the trap had a low chance of success against trained mages, and we didn't just get one of them, we got 2. If you look closely, you can see that the little girl is actually a fusion of 2 souls. We managed to put the host in a dormant state, while the Banshee is still keeping control of the body. You! Darren shouts at the 2 mages. How are you still here after hurting Rose? Why didn't the tournament's spell send you back? I would ask you the same thing, healer in armor, says the mage in green robes. Didn't you or one of your friends kill a local yesterday? That is what it says on this poster, after all. He takes a rolled up poster out of his sleeve and he unfurls it in front of us so we can all see its contents. On the piece of paper we see some poorly drawn sketches of me, Darren, Kate, and Eden, along with a title that says Wanted, Dead or Alive, Darren, the healer in armor, and his accomplices, for the murder of the Earl of Allendor. The reward on our heads is in a local currency that I'm unfamiliar with, but I'm guessing that they're probably offering a lot of money given the circumstances. We just happened to see this poster yesterday while we were looking for a few bounties to kill some time, the mage in the green robes says, and we quickly agreed that it was no mere coincidence that the hand of fate was guiding our actions. It wasn't fate, Zack says. It was the god of death himself who was giving us another chance to make up for our miserable failure from last week. This time, we'll make sure to send you all to your graves in the name of my god. How did you know we'd be here? Kate asks them. It's all thanks to your friend over there, the rose says. Your friend over there, the green-robed mage. The green-robed mage says as he pointed towards Rose. Some beggar overheard her telling a nurse in the hospital that she'd be bringing a skilled healer to tend to the sick. He sold us the tip for a reasonable sum, and we arranged the emptying of the streets together with the local guards in case the healer in question was indeed the one you were looking for. Now then, Zack, Now then, Zack, you should just stand aside while I deal with these weaklings. I alone should be more than enough to finish them off. No, you're not, Darren says. We already know that your god specializes in illusions. Illusions are useless against enemies who already expect them. Are you sure about that, healer? The green-robed mage says, and all of a sudden, hundreds of clones of both him and his ally fill the entire market space around us. You haven't moved from your original position, genius, Darren says as he dashes towards him. I already know which one is the real you. As Darren reaches the two original mages, he slashes his sword and cuts through them both in one strike. Instead of dying, however, the two mages simply fade away into the air. What is the meaning of this? Kate asks. If those two were in fact illusions, then does that mean that the real mages were hiding invisibly when they cast the illusion spell? Araka, I say, why didn't you tell us that the mages were invisible? Because they weren't. Araka says, if anyone were here to hide anywhere invisibly, I would have sensed them. Then how do you explain the fact that the ones we were seeing were in fact illusions? How am I supposed to know that, jackass? Araka says. Figure it out yourself. Can you at least figure out which of these are the originals? I ask. No, Araka says. I never bothered to learn how to deal with the difference between clones and the originals, because whenever somebody would cast a spell like this against me, I would simply use a spell of my own to destroy them all at the same time, and that would be the end of that. Does anyone have any idea why none of the clones have attacked us yet? Hadrick asks. They're just standing there, smirking like a bunch of morons. Do you think that they're waiting for something? Ask Kate if she can freeze the whole area around us to take care of the clones. Try to concentrate on finding the originals and ignore the clones for now. I'm going to save if anyone has any preference. Let me know. Otherwise, I will go with this one. Alrighty. Premonition check failed, level 4. Kate, I say, could you freeze the whole area around us in order to take care of the clones at the same time? Yes, Kate says. I was just about to do that. She then sends a powerful wave of freezing magic all around us, which hits all of the clones at once. Immediately after the illusions disappear, Kate's freezing wave gets reversed. Freezing wave reverses its direction and it hits us all before we get the time to react. As the others each shake off the ice spell in their own way, I can feel myself slowly freezing to death while my heartbeat gets slower and slower by the second. Kate, I'm freezing quick, Darren says. I don't know how. Darren rushes towards me and he tries to cast a healing spell of some sort on me, but it's too late for that. I can already feel my consciousness slipping away as my vision starts to blur little by little. I died shortly after without even finding out what it was that sent Kate's spell back against us. Load game. So there are actually achievements. I feel like it's a little unfair that I know what's going to happen. So, in situations like that, I'll normally, yeah. I'm not gonna, babysit you guys. Also, there are achievements that you get sometimes by dying. I'm trying to make sure that we get achievements along the way. But fortunately, I saved. I'll try to freeze the whole area around us, so I can take care of all the clones at the same time, Kate says. No, wait, I say. I think we should concentrate on finding the originals first. You think that destroying the clones might trigger a trap? Kate says. I don't know, I say, but the fact that the clones are not moving at all makes me think that they are at least waiting for something. As long as they're not actually doing anything, I think we should take advantage of the situation and try to figure out their trick before we engage them openly. Wait a minute, Eureka says. I think I got it. Did you find out which ones are the originals? Kate asks. No, but I found out what kind of illusion spell they're using, Eureka says. This is actually one of Mempher's favorites. No wonder he started teaching it to his followers. Mempher? Hadric asks, is that the name of the god of fate? Yeah, that's him. Eureka says, the spell is designed in such a way that when all of the illusions get destroyed, the attackers get hit back with all of the spells they'd cast to slay the clones. I always used to fall for that stupid trick. How can you tell that it's the exact same spell? I ask her. If you pay close enough attention, you will see that all of the clones have an easily recognizable signature in their magical auras. Araka says, the flow of their auras has a sort of slithering motion to it, kind of like a snake moving in the grass. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I think I get it, I say. Hey, I think I could see it too, Hedrick says. This is great. Now we just need to see which of them don't carry the signature. And we'll know who the originals are. Uh-huh, Araka says. Good luck with that. Why are you saying this? Kate says. Because I already checked, Araka says, twice. None of them are the originals. Are you saying that the real mages were never actually here, and they just cast the illusion spell from afar? Darren asks. No, Araka says. I've been monitoring the whole area around us ever since I noticed the streets were empty, and I guarantee you that the only mages who were close enough to cast an illusion spell on us were the two that ambushed us. But that doesn't make sense. But that makes no sense, I say. If those two were the real mages, then what happened to them? Didn't they just turn into illusions as well when they cast the spell? Suddenly an idea comes to me. Wait, I say, I think I may be onto something. But I need to I need some confirmation before I'm sure. Aluna, check my thinking. Could this all be an illusion? Not just the clones before us, but the whole world around us too? You know, like that time with the shaman? No, that's impossible, Aluna says. If a mind-affecting spell of that caliber if a mind-affecting spell of that caliber had been cast on us, then there should have been a visual effect of some sort for all of us to see. In the same way that the underground caverns were filled with smoke when the shaman cast his spell. There was no such. Aluna pauses for a second as realization dawns upon her. The green light, she says. Of course! I should have realized it immediately. This also explains why their so-called trap affected Rose. It's because the reverse is actually what happened. Their mind-affecting spell could not target Rose, and so it appeared to us as if she'd been rendered unconscious. It's probably the same for Flower as well. Great, Darren says. So we're back to square one, then. We need to find the real mages so we can kill them and get out of the illusion. No, we don't, Aluna says. No, we don't, Aluna says. We only needed to do that with the shaman because he trapped himself in the illusion with us in order to prevent us from escaping. Remember? Since the mages are not actually here with us, it means that this illusion's main purpose was not to kill us, but to buy time so that they could kill us in the real world while we were defenseless. This leads me to believe that time is flowing at the same speed here as in the real world, which is different from what we experienced in the shaman ritual. Oh gods, Kate says. If that's true, then it means that Flower has been fighting the two mages by herself in the real world all this time. Most likely, Aluna says. We need to get out of here quick. Everyone, close your eyes and start visualizing the moment before the mages cast the illusion on us. You need to do this with the conviction that the image in your head represents the real world, and that you want to return to it. If we all do this at once, we'll break the illusion's effect over us. We all close our eyes and start doing as Aluna says. As I get a clear image of the city streets in my mind, the image starts to become clearer and clearer until I feel myself getting pulled into it, and suddenly I realize that my imagination has become reality without me even noticing. As I open my eyes, I see myself standing in the middle of the street, but everything looks a lot different from how I remembered it. There are craters all around us. The walls from the houses on the side of the street have all been charred, and there's a huge skeletal dragon standing in front of us. Rose is on her knees, crying, and Flower looks like she's barely able to stand on her feet. But she's staring at the dragon defiantly. She's bruised all over, and her clothes are a complete mess, but there is a very intimidating aura surrounding her, feeling as if it were made from a fire hotter than even her elemental magic. When Flower senses that we've finally woken from the illusion spell, she turns to us and gives us a tired smile. You broke the spell. You broke the spell, the girl says. I knew you could do it. I knew it. As she utters the last words, Flower's eyes slowly close, and then she drops to the ground unconscious. Darren is now hurrying over to her side in order to shield her from the dragon, in case it decides to strike her while she's down. She was so reckless, Rose says as she's holding back tears. She never stopped fighting, even after she clearly exceeded her limits. She was desperately trying to protect you, even at the cost of her own life. It's all right, Aluna says as she takes control of the girl's body, but she does not get up from the ground. The girl only fainted due to exhaustion. She is not going to die. Do you see what you've done now, fool? Zack, the necromancer, tells his ally. If your useless god's spell had worked properly like you said it would, we wouldn't be in this mess. Don't you dare pin this on me, the mage in green robe says while he's sweating all over, looking as if he's about to faint from exhaustion as well. My spell was never designed to work against fusion souls. It targeted just the soul that was controlling the body at the time and never left the other one alone. There was no way I could have prevented it from happening. You're the only one to blame for this, you stingy bastard. If you had just used the Stillwater summoning spell of yours when I told you to, they would have all died within seconds. Be quiet, heathen, Zack says. I could only cast that spell once a day. It would be an insult to the great god of death, Ulrich, if I were to waste its one daily use so early in the morning on the likes of them. Are you kidding me? The green-robed mage. Do you have any idea how much magical energy I needed to spend in order to keep them in that illusion for so long? I had to cancel all of my protections 2 hours ago just to be able to cast that damn spell. I don't even have my magical shield on right now. Just as the green-robed mage stops talking, an ice cone passes straight through his head, and soon afterwards he falls on the ground lifeless. Thanks for letting me know, Kate says. You wench! Zack says, furious. Do you have no honor? It's his own damn fault for not paying attention during a fight, Kate says. And don't you talk to me about honor. You would have done the exact same thing to us if Flower hadn't protected us while we were defenseless. Don't you lecture me, wench, Zack says. There is no need for honor when killing irredeemable heathens such as yourself. How do you know we're irredeemable? Wasn't your friend a heathen too, though? How do you become a follower of Ulrich anyway? Do they hold interviews for that? If anyone has one, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to go with this one. Because I enjoy Barry's sarcasm. Sarcasm while facing death. Alrighty then. So, how do you become a follower of Ulrich anyways? Do they hold interviews for that? Do not mock the mighty Ulrich, heathen. Zack says. The god of death welcomes all who would dedicate their lives to serve him without exception. Even if they are of no use to him alive, they can still serve him through their deaths. And that is exactly what you will be doing very soon. Aluna, can you move? Darren says. No, Aluna says. The girl pushed her body way beyond its limits while we were in the illusion. I can feel an ache coming from every single bone and muscle, and I can't even manage to move one finger. Her body is bruised all over, her clothes are a mess, and Araka's amulet is... She pauses for a moment, and all of a sudden we hear a crack coming from the amulet around her neck. Oh no, Aluna says. Oh no. I suck at fake laughter. The amulet cracks again, this time a lot more violently than before, and Araka's laughter intensifies even further. Suddenly, the amulet breaks completely. Breaks completely, and a dark aura envelops Aluna as the girl's body slowly raises itself into the air. In an upright position, a very powerful wind is now blowing in our faces, pushing all of us away from her, while the sky is becoming darker and darker by the second. The girl's eyes are now slowly turning from bright blue to pitch black as she grins widely while looking at each of us in turn. So this is what you all look like in the flesh, Araka says. It was kind of hard to tell from inside the amulet, going by magical sense alone. How you people can get by every day without being mistaken for a circus troupe is beyond me. You're one to talk, Hadrick says. You do realize that you are literally dressed like a clown right now, don't you? Araka grins evilly at Hadrick. Dwarf, she says, are you sure it's a good idea to be standing there cracking jokes? Shouldn't you rather be buying me that beer you owe me? I could really go for a drink right now. That and a mass murder. I'm still not sure which one I should be starting with. Flower, Kate says, weakly. What happened to Flower? Where are Flower and Aluna? Oh, they're dead, Araka says. Or should I rather say, absorbed. What happened is that I merged with their souls when I took over their body. They're both a part of me now. So they're both still in there somewhere? Kate says. Well, I guess you could say that, Araka says, if you want to be all technical about it. But the fact of the matter is... Monster! Zack shouts all of a sudden while pointing towards Araka. Abomination! Begone, foul demon! Suddenly, the skeletal dragon, which had not moved an inch since we escaped the illusion, flaps its wings and rushes towards Araka, roaring loudly. Just as it reaches her, the dragon explodes into 1,000 tiny pieces that get scattered throughout the whole area around us. Really now, Araka says. As the dragon's bones fly in all directions, the ground begins to shake, and several skeletons start to slowly rise from it. It doesn't take me long to realize that this is the necromancer's doing, and that all of the skeletons standing in front of us are Stillwaters. Do you understand now, Banshee? Zack says. Do you understand who you were facing against? This is the true power of the god of death. If you get on your knees now and beg for Ulrich's forgiveness, he might just see fit to grant you a quick and painless death. Arakan ignores the mage completely, choosing instead to stare intently at one of the skeletons that have risen from the ground. Wait a minute, Araka says. I know you. You're Valen, right? Short Legs Valen, who couldn't even hold a tune to save his life. You're not going to hurt me, are you? Remember all those fun times we had during the still winter? Remember that time when we had to fish you out of a pond because you fell in while you were practicing your flying spells, and you suddenly remembered you couldn't swim? Remember how we used to make fun of you because you always walked funny after you expended all your magical energy? Remember when I tied you to a tree and forced you to watch me slowly murder all of your friends until you could manage to hit all of the tunes, all of the notes, until you could manage to hit all of the notes in that kitty song about the lion and the lamb? Those were the days, huh? Now, how did that song go again? Araka clears her throat and begins to sing. Oh, there was a lamb, a lamb, a lamb, she sings. And that lamb had such bright wool. As Araka sings the song, the skeleton named Valen starts to shake uncontrollably, and it puts both its hands on its head, as if it were having an intense headache. Suddenly, its pain turns into rage, and it roars loudly as it starts shooting fire out of its hands. The fire simply brushes off Araka's magical shield, and she acts as if nothing happened, continuing to sing her song. Why are you just standing there, you fools? Zack says to the other skeletons. Attack her! Kill her! The skeletons all start flinging spells at Araka, attacking her with all the types of elemental magic. Simultaneously, while also using spells to weaken her defenses. Araka acts as if she doesn't even notice the onslaught of spells that are being cast upon her, and she continues to sing without any interruptions. You can stop your little act now, Banshee, Zack says. I can see right through you. Even if you are acting calm and collected, the reality is that you can barely even withstand the barrage of attacks that are all being flung against you, and that you have no means of fighting back. Since my skeletons are now fully protected against sonic attacks, and you could say that they have become near indestructible, there's nothing you could do to hurt them. Araka stops singing and she smiles wickedly at the necromancer. Oh, they're protected from sonic attacks, you say, she says with a mocking tune, as the skeletons continue to attack her with everything they've got. How impressive! Truly, you are a mage among mages. But tell me, necromancer, did you consider shielding your puppets from pebbles as well? What kind of question is that, you little... Zack starts to say, but Araka doesn't give him a chance to finish his question. While the necromancer was talking, Araka made a few pebbles from the ground float in her hand, and she starts flinging them with her fingers towards each of the skeletons. When the pebbles reached them, the skeletons exploded, but this time into pieces so small they could very well be confused with specks of dust. When the necromancer saw what happened, his jaw dropped, and he couldn't bring himself to utter another word. He was in too great of a shock. Yeah, you go ahead and wrap that up and send it to old Ulrich as a present, Araka says as she gestures towards the piles of dust on the ground. Tell them it's from Araka. Tell him that he should be expecting many more presents from me in the near future. Tell him that once I'm done with the earthen plane, I'll be paying him a visit. I'll visit him, I'll visit Mentor, I'll visit every single one of the so-called gods that thought it would be a good joke to have me banned from the magical plane along with every other banshee in existence. And then we can all have a party together while we reminisce over times long forgotten. Shut up, Darren says to Araka all of a sudden as he starts walking towards her with a furious look in his face. I couldn't care less about your past or your personal vendettas. You bring them back, you hear me? You bring them both back this instant. Excuse me? Araka says. You know what I'm talking about. Darren says. Flower and Aluna, you bring them both back right now. What, are you ugly and stupid? Araka says. Didn't I just tell you that I absorbed their souls when I took over the body? What do you expect me to do? Cut them out of me with a meat cleaver? If you're not going to let them go, then I'll force you to do it, Darren says as he pulls out his sword. Prepare yourself, Banshee. So a mass murder it is, then, Araka says with a grin, as Darren rushes towards her. Before he even takes three steps, Darren suddenly starts to wither like a plant, at an incredibly rapid pace. Within seconds, the only thing that's left of him is his armor, as the rest of his body has been completely turned into dust. No, Kate says as she places her hand on her mouth. No! She conjures 100 icicles that she aims towards Araka, but before she gets to attack her with them, she withers just like Darren, and within seconds nothing is left of her except a pile of dust. No! Rose shouts as she starts to cry. Please, stop! Please! What's the matter, Hadrick? Araka says as she grins wickedly. Aren't you going to show me that giant's fighting spirit of yours that you like to brag about so much? I'm right here. What are you waiting for? I'll show you fighting spirit, you arrogant old hag, Hadrick says as a trickle of sweat runs down the side of his forehead, and he rushes towards Araka with his fists ready. Just like the two before him, Hadrick quickly turns into dust, and all that remains of him is his leather armor and boots. Please, Rose says again, this time with a much weaker voice than before. They're dead. They're all dead right in front of me. How can this be? Is it another illusion? It has to be. That's right, it must be an illusion. I close my eyes and try to visualize the real world in my mind. I try to make the image as clear as possible and try to throw myself into it just like I did before. But nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. You're not seriously going to close your eyes and pretend I'm not here, are you? Araka says, Come on, take out your dagger. It's no fun killing you if you don't even put up a fight. Take out my dagger and attack Araka, or I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. I'm probably going to go with this one. Actually, I'll save. Marshmang, you're still here! Okay. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. Araka says, I was actually going to kill you slowly in order to torment your friend over there, but it's just not the same thing if you don't plan to fight back. She then waves her hand towards Rose, and she kills her in the same way that she killed all the others. Well, it was fun. It was a fun little trip while it lasted, Barry. Araka says. The trip might end for you today, but don't worry. You will always live in my memory. She waves her hand towards me, and I could feel every part of my body drying up quickly. As my vision starts to blur, Araka's words are the last things I hear before I completely lose my consciousness. So long, Barry, Araka says. It's been a blast. We died. Alright, so take out my dagger and attack Araka. I take out my dagger and I look Araka straight in the eye. Alright then, Araka says, grinning. This is it, Barry. An epic duel of the ages in the making. Hero versus villain. Banshee versus Lysathi. The bards will sing songs of us for thousands of years to come. Let's do this. Come on. I'm not going to fix anything if I just stand here moping about. She doesn't expect me to be a threat. She's overconfident. Maybe I can use that against her somehow. Maybe if I kill her, everything will come back to normal. Maybe if she dies, her spells will be undone and everyone will come back to life. I won't know until I try. No, Marsh Ming, I would have picked that one anyways. I was gonna let us die. I was gonna make us die. Honestly, in my opinion, it's the right choice. But it's also the wrong choice because of the story. I won't know until I try. I rush towards the Banshee, but I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my stomach as a rock flies into me and knocks me off my feet. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that too rough? Araka says as I struggle to catch back my breath. I'm not exactly sure how much damage you can take, since I've never really fought against a weakling like you before. Please, leave him alone, Rose screams while tears keep flowing from her face. I wouldn't want to kill you right off the bat, Araka says. We should enjoy ourselves to the fullest. You know what I'm saying. She then flings another rock right below my chest, and I can feel my breath leaving me again. Stop, Rose shouts. You're hurting him. Huh, Araka says. Well, I always knew you were a weakling, but I never imagined it would be this bad. This is painful to watch, really. I think I'm just going to spare you the embarrassment and kill you right now. No, don't do it, Rose cries as loud as she can. Goodbye, Barry, Araka says as she waves her hand towards me, and I could feel my whole body starting to quickly dry up. It was fun while it lasted. Stop, Rose shouts again, and just as the last echoes of her words fade away, everything around me freezes in place. My body is not drying up anymore. Araka isn't moving, and Rose's tears are floating in midair. Is this something that normally happens when you die? Is time supposed to feel like it's moving slower as you experience your final moments? I wouldn't know. I've never died before. All of a sudden, everything begins to move in reverse as I find myself spectating all of the events that led to my death. I see Araka hitting me with rocks, and then I see her kill Hadrick and Kate, and then Darren. I see her killing the Stillwater skeletons, and then I see her breaking out of the amulet. Is this what they call one's life flashing before their eyes? Wow, this is actually pretty entertaining. I never knew that dying could be this fun. Hey, look! That's Flower fighting the skeletal dragon. How the hell am I seeing this? Wasn't I supposed to be in the illusion while this happened? Now the craters are all disappearing one by one, and And we're back to the moment where the two mages ambushed us. The string of events unraveling before my eyes now comes to a halt, and for a few seconds I find myself in a frozen state yet again, at the exact moment after we'd been ambushed by the two mages. Then, all of a sudden, time starts moving again, and everyone is looking at themselves with very confused expressions on their faces. Wait a minute. Could this be possible? Was it not just my imagination? Are you actually telling me that I just witnessed time reversing itself and that everyone still remembers what happened? I don't get a lot of time to think about what happened because my suspicions suddenly get confirmed by an enraged Araka. A time weaver? Araka shouts from her amulet. Are you kidding me right now? And it was Rose, of all people? You bastards knew this, didn't you? You all set me up. You knew that this would happen. You let me escape on purpose so you could laugh at me, didn't you? Well, you know what? I'm done being nice. Next time I get out, I'm going to rip every single bone from your bodies, and I'll make your families watch. You're going to beg me to give you the easy deaths I gave you today. Do you hear me? I am going to make your lives hell. Stop grinning at me, you stupid low-life dwarf. That's enough, Araka, Aluna says. I'm not sure what exactly happened after you escaped from the amulet, but I think I can get a general idea from what you just said. You lost. We won. Deal with it. If I hear any more of your whining, I'm going to close this amulet and never open it again. Do you understand? Araka doesn't say anything, but I don't need to see her face to know that she must be fuming right now. I'm alive? The mage in green robe says. But how? It was the wench, Zack says as he points towards Rose. I saw it all happen before my eyes. She reversed time. Do you know what this means? Do you know what it would mean if any of our gods could get a hold of this kind of power? Before the green robes mage gets to answer the question, a cone of ice flies straight through his head and he dies instantly. Your friend really shouldn't have told us that he cancelled all of his protection spells 2 hours ago, Kate tells the necromancer. That's just begging to get killed over and over. I don't care what sad excuse for a mage. I don't care about that sad excuse for a mage anymore, Zack says. What I care about more than anything now is the woman you are traveling with. Hand her over peacefully, and I will make your death swift. It's a tough decision to make, Hadrick says with a grin, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to turn down your generous offer. I really want to finish this chapter. I know it's the last chapter of the book. But I've probably been reading for like 2 hours now. My throat's getting sore. Yes, you're still I've think what? Don't do it for us, do it for Betty White. I can keep going for a little bit longer. Oh, were you gone? Did you miss the fact that I was just complaining and considering not going live? But I'm gonna try and keep going for as long as possible. Alright, well, you missed a really intense fight scene. where everyone died and then came back to life because Rose is a time weaver, which none of you were here when that discovery happened a long time ago. Oh, I'm not stressing myself out. My throat's just... I don't know if you can tell, but my voice is starting to go a little bit. Okay, I'll keep going. So be it then, Zack says, and he starts summoning his still water skeletons again. Oh, no you don't, Hadrick says, and he rushes towards the necromancer in order to kill him before he completes the spell. But one of the skeletons, who had only got the upper half of his body out of the ground, casts a powerful wind spell which sends the door flying back towards us. Rose, get to safety, Darren says. The necromancer and his skeletons may not be able to harm you due to the tournament's spell, but the same can't be said for us. If you stay too close to us, you'll risk getting caught in the crossfire. Okay, Rose says as she heads towards the opposite end of the market square. Once the skeletons have fully surfaced, two of them start attacking us simultaneously with a flurry of fire and water spells, while another one creates a magical barrier around him and all the other still waters. Darren uses his shield to create a magical barrier of his own around us all. But it looks like he won't be able to hold it for much longer if the still waters keep attacking at this rate. If anyone has any ideas on how to get out of this alive, now would be a good time to let us know, Darren says, as two newly formed walls of rock are closing in on his barrier, trying to break through it by using brute force. We can't fight them head on, Aluna says. We need to focus on figuring out their weaknesses. They may be still waters, but they're still only skeletons. If we examine them carefully, we are bound to discover a thing or two that we can use to our advantage. Well, I'm not trying to rush you or anything, Darren says, but I really doubt I could hold this barrier for another minute. Realistically, it'll probably break a lot sooner than that. So yeah, if you're planning to look for weak spots, you better do it quick. Aluna is right. Even if they're still waters, their frail undead bodies are bound to leave them with a few exploitable weaknesses. Azarius has shown us this much. Even if the necromancer has learned from his past mistakes and shielded them against sonic attacks, there still should be something we could take advantage of. Not to mention that the necromancer's spell only lasts 5 minutes and is limited to 1 use per day, so barring any more unexpected time reversals, we should be able to clear it if we manage to hold out for the entire duration of the spell. Hang on. Let me look at the achievements. Stillwater Slayer. No casualties. Defeat all 5 still waters by yourself. No casualties. No members of your group died in the first book. Average Joe. Okay. Alright. We're not doing Average Joe, so. Okay. Back. As I examine the skeletons carefully, I notice something peculiar about them. Even though their auras feel similar to that of Eden, it's not that I don't like anime, I just have trouble getting into it. As I examine the skeletons carefully, I notice something peculiar about them. Even though their auras feel similar to that of Eden, their magical energy feels as if it were leaking out of their bodies at a very fast rate. If I were to venture to guess as to why that is happening, I would say it's most likely due because their new bodies cannot keep up with the tremendous amount of energy they have at their disposal. I'm honestly surprised that my stat device isn't reacting to any of this. I would have expected it to be beeping like crazy by now. I take out my stat booster to take a look at it, and I find out to my surprise that even though I don't have any new points to spend, there is a flashing message in the corner of the screen saying, "Emergency mode available. Tap here to activate." Emergency mode? Is this something that can only be activated when the device gets access to a great amount of energy? If so, then is this something? If so, then is this what Eden did to power up my device after he pumped it with energy before my fight with the dragon? Unfortunately, I don't have time to think this through. I'm going to have to rely on my guts here, and my gut says that I should take this chance while I still have it. Let's see. Okay, no. I'm gonna save here. Just so we can make multiple choices. As I tap the emergency mode message, I suddenly feel a great amount of energy surging through my body, similar to what happened before my fight with the dragon. And just like last time, I realize that I now have access to an impressive roster of spells, as well as the knowledge required to be able to cast them. For a moment, I could see 2 additional stats being displayed on the device's screen next to the 9 existent ones. The stats were named Magical Power and Magical Knowledge, but they disappeared almost as quickly as they appeared. I think I may be starting to understand what's happening here. This emergency mode somehow powers up 2 hidden stats that I don't normally have access to, but it only does so temporarily when the device gets a hold of a surplus of energy that it can't assimilate immediately. This is how Eden powered up my device for my fight with Tyrath. I'm sure of it. The feeling I'm getting is exactly the same as back then, even though I don't seem to have access to nearly as many spells as I did last time. This time around, it seems that I don't have any flight or teleportation spells available, so I guess I'll have to move around the old-fashioned way. I am also missing some of the bigger spells I had access to last time, and I can feel the power behind each of my spells is significantly weaker than it was when Eden powered up the device. Regardless, this is the best chance I've got to turn the tables around. I need to take advantage of this opportunity. I'll first need to decide whether I want to engage the enemy alone, or if I should try to work with everyone as a team in order to take the skeletons out. Working as a team has its advantages, but it also means that I may be forced to limit the firepower behind some of my spells in order to avoid endangering my teammates. However, if I convince them to wait here, I can provide them with various protections that will keep them safe and out of my way for the duration of the fight. Okay, you got it before me. Were you there when I looked at the achievements? Because I'll do it, but... Alright, fight together. Yeah, of course. This has been a fun stream. It would be too risky to fight them all by myself. Coordinating my attacks with everyone else should definitely increase our chances of victory. There are 5 still waters in total, of which 4 seem to be elementalists that each have mastery over a different magical element. The 5th appears to be specialized in supporting the others by either weakening the enemy's defenses or casting protections on his allies. Given their perfect lineup, I'm going to assume that they were part of a squad during the Still Winter, and that they died together during one of their missions. However, the 5 of them combined are nowhere near Eden's level. They may have a lot of magical power and energy, but besides that, they are not any different from regular mages. The elementalists don't have control over more than one element. The supporting mage isn't casting any other spells than the ones he is specialized in, and none of them seem to be able to ignore the laws of magic the same way that Eden does. Meanwhile, my stat device's energy mode gives me access to all of the 4 traditional elements, as well as non-traditional ones such as ice, acid, and electricity. I also think that my current power level is somewhat comparable to that of each Stillwater, but I can't be 100% sure of that because I've never had the opportunity to fight mages on equal terms before. The question now is what the focus of our fight should be. If we're aiming to buy time until the necromancer's spell runs out, then our best bet would be to keep reinforcing Darren's barrier while attacking the skeletons from afar. Our main target in this case would be the supporting Stillwater, since he would our main target in this case should be the supporting Stillwater, since he would be the one constantly trying to weaken our barrier, since killing the necromancer would not actually cancel his spell before its time limit. If our aim was instead to eliminate the Stillwaters directly, our best bet would probably be to aim for the necromancer, since the skeleton's main priority would be to defend their masters, and this would serve to disrupt their rhythm. I don't really know which one I want to do here. Up to you guys. I seem to have enough conscious viewers to know that there are people who will weigh in. Alright, eliminate all of them. It is. Guys, I think I may have a plan. What the hell? Darren says. What's with the sudden magical energy radiating from you all of a sudden? Don't tell me Eden froze time again to give you magic powers. No, I say, as I start to reinforce the magical barrier to give us some time to talk. It wasn't Eden. I just used my stat device to harness the energy that's being leaked from the Stillwaters. Did what work? It wasn't eaten. I just used my device to harness the energy that's being leaked from the still waters. You can do that now? Darren asks me. Apparently. So what's this plan of yours then? Darren asks. I think we should start going on the offensive, I say. I have enough protection spells for everyone, and I also have access to a lot of powerful spells, so we'd be better off putting some pressure on them than stalling for time. We should start by focusing on the necromancer, because the still waters will be forced to protect their master when we attack him, and that could make them break their formation. I pause a bit to think before I continue. Darren, I'm going to cast most of my protections on you, I say. Try to grab the still waters' attention as much as possible. Okay, I can do that, Darren says. Hadrick, I want you to put as much pressure as you can on their necromancer, I say. Once we exit the barrier, you should run straight at him and hit him with everything you've got. Consider it done, Hadrick says with a grin. Good night, Kev. Thank you so much for lurking and sticking around as long as you did. I'm glad that this is relaxing you enough to fall asleep. I appreciate you. Good night. I turn to Flower. Flower, you can fly, right? I ask her. Yeah, sort of. Flower says, I don't know any flight spells, but I can make jets of fire come out of my feet, which propel me into the air and can keep me airborne for long periods of time. Perfect, I say. You'll be coming with me then. I don't have any flight spells either, but I think I can use air magic to fly around decently enough. You and Aluna and I are going to attack the skeletons from above in an attempt to overwhelm their defenses. Aye, sir, Flower says as she performs a military salute with her right hand. And lastly, I say as I run towards Kate, since you specialize in long-range attacks, I want you to stay inside this barrier and to observe the fight from afar. The skeletons will likely be ignoring you, so you will be able to analyze the situation calmly and to look for their weaknesses. They are bound to make some mistakes with the amount of pressure we'll be putting on them. Okay, Kate says. I'll be sure to punish them severely for any mistakes they make during the fight. All right, everyone, I say, we'll dash out of the barrier together as soon as I finish casting all of the protection spells. Get ready. Once I finish casting the protection spells, we step out of the barrier and start putting our plan into action. Hadrick dashes straight for the necromancer and reaches him in a matter of seconds, but the air elementalist reacts quickly and he uses a wind spell to push Hadrick back several dozen feet. By the time Hadrick gets back, the supporting skeleton places a magical barrier around their master, which the dwarf is now trying to break with a flurry of fists. Darren heads for the 5 still waters, and he comes close to them. 5 still waters, and when he comes close to them, one of the skeletons shoots a powerful beam of fire towards him. Darren uses his sword to approach all of the fire. Darren uses his sword to absorb all of the fire, and then he sends it back towards the attacker. The skeleton's barrier defends them from the blow, but Darren's actions seem to have caught the Stillwater's undivided attention. They are now all firing spells towards him, while he uses his shield to block and his sword to absorb their elements. This is what we were waiting for. I wave at Flower and she nods her head as she starts to run towards the Stillwaters. While running, she jumps high into the air and she uses her flight jets to propel her higher. As she goes to position herself among the skeleton's barrier, I follow her lead and use my air magic to lift myself into the air. Using air magic to fly is nowhere near as effective as it sounds, and I'm feeling a lot clumsier than when I used the flight spell in my fight with the dragon, but it should be good enough for my intents and purposes. I catch up with Flower, and we both position ourselves from 30 feet above the Stillwater's barrier, putting a bit of distance between ourselves in order to make it harder for the skeletons to target us both. We then start attacking the barrier with fire. Attacking the barrier with fire, water, and earth spells from all sides in an attempt to overwhelm the Stillwater's defenses. No, you got it all wrong, Araka shouts at us from inside her amulet, stopping attacking the whole barrier and focus on just one point. Can't you see how slowly their supporting mage is reinforcing individual parts of the barrier? It's because he never learned how to properly localize his energy output. I kept telling him about it 600 years ago, but the idiot wouldn't listen. But the idiot wouldn't believe me until I demonstrated it to him by using a goddamn tree branch to break through his barrier and puncture his lungs. Taking advice from Araka is not something I'm particularly keen on doing right now, but as I take a look towards the skeleton's magical barrier, I can at least tell that she's not lying. The magical energy is spread thin throughout the barrier, which helps a great deal against the spells in a wide area of effect, but it should leave it vulnerable against more focused attacks. I start charging up a lightning attack while I'm still in the air, and when it becomes powerful enough, I aim it directly at the supporting mage, making sure that all of the power behind my strike is concentrated on a single point. My lightning strike goes straight through the barrier and hits the supporting Stillwater in the skull. It hits the supporting Stillwater in the skull, killing him instantly. As the magical barrier starts to disappear, all of the other 4 skeletons that were hiding underneath it are now standing around looking very confused. I take advantage of this and use a great deal of magical energy to create a large pool of acid underneath the Stillwaters. The skeletons were caught unaware, and they had no time to react. As they all sink slowly into the pool of acid, the air elementalist uses a wind spell to lift the upper half of its body that hasn't yet melted into the air, but I quickly raise 2 chunks of rock from the ground and use them to smash the skeleton's head between them. Eventually, all of the skeletons sink fully into the acid, and I decide to start heading towards the ground before my device's energy completely depletes. Once I get down, the pool of acid disappears, but the skeletons had already melted completely before this happened, which means the necromancer is now the only enemy left standing. No! Zack shouts as the barrier around him begins to disappear. I won't let it end like this! Right after he finishes his sentence, the necromancer takes a knife out of his robes and he uses it to stab himself in the chest. He then gets enveloped in a bright red light, and soon afterwards he starts turning to ashes. The god of death shall have his prize, Zack says just before he draws his last breath. As we all gather around to look at the pile of ashes that the necromancer has turned into, Hadrick starts to laugh. As far as final words go, I've heard better, the dwarf says. That wasn't just some empty threat, Aluna says. That wasn't just some empty threat, Aluna says, as she looks around frantically, as if she were expecting something to blow up. That thing he just cast was a sacrificial spell. A kind of spell that requires the death of its caster as payment in exchange for providing the effects that would not be obtainable through normal means. The curse of death that the ogre shaman cast on me before we left the fort was also one of these spells. This isn't over yet. Relax, Hedrick says. If his all-powerful Stillwater skeletons couldn't attack us, what do you expect him to do after he's already dead? That's some tough talk coming from someone who couldn't even identify an obvious weakness in their enemy's defense. That's some tough talk coming from someone who couldn't even identify an obvious weakness in their enemy's defenses. Araka says, "You all would have been toast if it weren't for me. I'm the one who saved all of you losers. Where's my reward for that, huh?" "Oh, I've got your reward right here," Hedrick says as he grabs Araka's amulet from Flower's neck and he starts spinning it by the chain. "Wait," Flower says. "Don't do that. Didn't I tell you that she has motion sickness?" "Really?" Hedrick says with a grin as he continues to spin Araka. "Huh. I guess it must have slipped my mind." "Put her down, Hedrick. It's not worth her bother. I suppose she does deserve this after all she's done. Can I spin her next?" I'm leaning towards this one because smart Barry knows not to provoke her in case she gets out again, and good Barry wouldn't want to aggravate someone more, but she also did just kill and torture everyone, so I'll let y'all decide. I wouldn't do the third one, but if you guys want to choose between one of these. But I'm really leaning towards one of these, towards this one. Okay. Alrighty, we could do middle. I suppose she does do this. Oh. Oh well. I suppose she does do this I suppose she does deserve this after all she's done. You're damn right she does, Hedrick says. In fact, I think I will be incorporating this routine into my daily schedule from now on. But I need to consult with Araka first. I wouldn't want to impose. What do you think, Araka? Does 10 in the morning sound like an okay hour for our daily spinning sessions? "Dwarf," Araka says as Hedrick continues to spin her, "when I get out of here again, I'm going to stick my hand through your throat and turn you inside out, and then I'm going to hang you from a tree by your own intestines so I can use you as a swing." "So 10 o'clock is too early then?" Hedrick says. "Would it be better if we scheduled it for 11 in the morning instead?" I can go get back if you'd like. This one seems a little inconsequential. I can't remember though. But I'm gonna keep going, because once again, I can go back. Hearing check successful level 4. If you guys want to go back, let me know. Hearing check successful level 4. Observation check successful level 4. Speed check failed, level 4. When Hedrick and Araka were talking, I hear the sound of stones starting to crumble somewhere on the opposite side of the market square. I turn around in order to try and identify the source of the sound, and I realize that the stones on the ground in front of Rose are all slightly cracked. I get a really ominous feeling about this, and before I get the time to think things through, My body moves on its own, and I start running towards Rose as fast as I can. Before I reach her, all of the stones in front of Rose suddenly get sent flying into the air as a skeleton emerges from underneath them and quickly uses a rusted knife to stab her in the heart. Rose had no time to react. At first, there was only shock in her eyes, but soon her facial expression turned blank while her arms hung beside her motionless. As the light leaves Rose's eyes completely, her attacker presses the knife harder into her chest, making her fall on her back while the skeleton crumbles into pieces. "Rose!" Darren shouts as he rushes towards her. When he reaches her, Darren starts casting a healing spell, but Rose does not react to it in any way. We all gather around the two of them, and watch them without saying a word. As Darren continues to cast healing spell after healing spell while Rose is staring blankly into the distance without moving a muscle. "Rose, stay with me!" Darren shouts as he keeps desperately casting his spells. It's no use. I'm sure that Darren must have realized it as well. Rose is no longer breathing. She stopped breathing even before she hit the ground. She's dead. After all we've been through to bring her back home safely, after everything that's happened this past week, she died just like that. And not even Darren can bring her back. "No," Kate says. "This isn't right. This has to be an illusion. The necromancer could never harm her like this. The tournament spell could have prevented him. This has to be a..." The necromancer is dead," Luna interrupts her. "The tournament spell that was preventing him from hurting Rose disappeared along with his aura. This trap was specifically designed to activate after his death in order to circumvent the protection spell's effects. He used a loophole. This isn't an illusion. Rose died, and the necromancer is the one who killed her." "No, this can't be," Kate says, as tears start flowing from her eyes. She can't she can't just die like this. This isn't fair. She didn't deserve this." Kate stops for a few seconds in order to rub her eyes with her hands as she tries to hold back her tears. "She didn't deserve this," Kate says, again, this time in a much lower voice. "This is my fault," Darren says as he finally lets go of Rose. "I was the one who offered to escort her home. I was the one who promised we'd protect her. I failed her. It's my fault she's dead." "Hey now, hold on there," Hadrick says. "You can't just go and blame all of this on yourself. Rose knew very well what she was getting into when she decided to stick with us after what happened yesterday with the noble. She made her own choice and she stuck by it until the end. She died with honor, and we should all respect her for that." "What do you know about Rose?" Darren shouts furiously all of a sudden. "Do you think she wanted to live her last moments in a cesspool like this? Do you think she died happily knowing that she left her little siblings behind to fend for themselves? Do you seriously think that everything in the world can be measured by your primitive values? What gives you the right to talk about Rose this way? Tell me." All of a sudden, Rose starts to move, and she slowly raises her torso from the ground as she looks all around her with an empty expression on her face. But her expression is not the only thing that feels empty about her. Her aura is completely different from before as well. It feels hollow, almost lifeless, and her skin is much whiter, almost as if there was no longer any blood running through her veins. "Rose, Kate shouts, "you're alive!" "No," Darren says with a dark look in his eyes. "This isn't Rose." "What do you mean?" Kate asks. "Of course it's Rose. She's right there." Only her body is there," Luna says. Rose is dead. What you see before you is a revenant. An undead being that is born with the host's previous memories, but with a completely different personality. Now I understand why the necromancer went out of his way to cast a sacrificial spell before killing himself. It was so that he could make Rose into a revenant. No, that can't be true, Kate says with desperation in her voice as Rose gets up from the ground and starts to walk slowly towards us. Rose, tell them this isn't true. The one you refer to as Rose is no more, the Revenant says without turning her head towards us. I am a servant of Ulrich, the god of death, and my task is to bring this Time Weaver body to him safely. Like hell you will, you undead scum, Darren says as he pulls out his sword. You're going to leave her body here so we can give her a proper burial. You are in no position to stop me, healer, the Revenant says. I am not like your friend who did not know how to control her powers. I only have to freeze time for a few hours, and from your point of view, it will be as if I teleported out of the city. Now, if you'll excuse me, my master is waiting for me. She then starts walking slowly away from us again, without even bothering to look back, as if she doesn't even consider us to be a threat. Darren's hands are trembling as he looks towards the Revenant, and he appears frozen in place. Even if he knows that it isn't Rose, it must still be hard to bring himself to attack her. One more thing before I go, the Revenant says as she stops and turns her head towards us. This time, the empty look in her eyes is replaced with one of regret. Take care of the kids for me, will you? I don't think that I'll be coming back to that house anytime soon. Stop! Darren shouts. He then rushes towards the Revenant and tries to slash her with his sword, but she disappears without a trace before he could even land a hit, and the only thing that his blade gets to cut is empty air. As we stand there in silence, a loud booming noise suddenly starts to echo all throughout the city. The sky above us quickly gets filled with a very large holographic screen as people are slowly starting to open their windows in order to get a good look, even if they seem to be too scared to come anywhere near us. It appears that all of the screens are displaying the same thing, which is to say a gnome with messy hair wearing protection goggles and an oil-stained lab coat, who is currently fiddling with some wires in some kind of workshop while he's humming a joyful tune. After a few more seconds of humming, the gnome suddenly looks towards us, takes off his goggles, and he gets takes off his goggles and he glues his face to the screen. How peculiar, the gnome says as he backs away from the screen. How very peculiar. I could swear that I've already connected these wires a million times before, but I've never seen the light. I've never seen the red light turn green until now. Well, no matter. Can everyone hear me? There's a pause in which we can hear a low murmur coming from the people watching the screens from their windows. Wait, what am I saying? The gnome says, This is a one-way transmitter. Even if you answer me, I won't be able to hear you. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and read you this little speech that I've written here on my parchment, and if nobody can actually hear me, I'll just read it again some other time. Now, where did I put that blasted parchment? The gnome disappears under the screen for about 10 seconds, during which the murmur in the marketplace intensifies. Well, I could swear I had it around here somewhere, the gnome says as he comes back from the screen. No matter, I'll just improvise then. The gnome clears his throat as before he continues. Ladies and gentlemen, the gnome says, or should I be saying gentlemen in this case, since there aren't any woman mages? Gentlemen and gentlemen, welcome to the Magium tournament. I am Golmick, the King of Thilius, and I have a public announcement to make. First of all, I would like to begin with an apology to all of the mages that have joined this tournament. When you first arrived on the continent, you were all told you'd be receiving your objectives privately. But unfortunately, the device that was supposed to be relaying these messages to you broke shortly after your arrival. I have been trying to fix it ever since, but given that a whole week has already passed, I decided to use this old transmitter as a temporary solution until I managed to get the original device to work properly. Normally, this transmission should be reaching all of the cities of Rathia and even some areas in the wilderness, but since I can't guarantee that every single mage on the continent will be seeing this, I would like to ask you all to pass the information to your fellow participants who missed the announcement. The gnome clears his throat again. And now that the introductions are out of the way, Golmick says, I believe it is finally time to give you what you've all been waiting for. The gnome grins. Your first objectives, he says. End of Book 1. Actually, no, I'll save here. Save game. Book 2. This marks the end of the first Magium book. The second book has been completed and is ready to unlock, but only the first 11 chapters of Book 3 are available so far, with the next chapters to be released one by one as I write them. The main series will likely have 5 books in total. My current estimate is that the 12th chapter of the third book should be released within the next few months. If you already paid to unlock the second book, you can tap the button below to proceed. Otherwise, you will need to complete 25 achievements from the first book in order to unlock the second one. You can see how many more achievements you need to complete in the achievement menu. I would also like to add that I strongly suggest you save the game now on a save slot you won't overwrite if you're planning to start completing achievements, since otherwise you'll lose the progress of your current playthrough and you'll have to finish the game again in order to be able to progress to the next book. You should also be careful not to uninstall the game since all of the next books will be uploaded within the same app, and if you uninstall the game, all of your local progress, including your achievements, will be lost. Thank you for playing. P.S. If you enjoyed the game, don't forget to recommend it to your friends. Alright, I guess we haven't... Achievements. Book 1, 15, we need 25. And since I'm just trying to read these, I feel like it's worth going through and trying to find the achievements. Anyways, Transfer achievements to cloud, transfer local saves to cloud, transfer checkpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pretty sure that's enough. Back to cloud menu. Back. Save load game. Load game. Quit game. Alright. We did it. We finished chapter 11 in the first book. So, next time I read Magium, I will be, I guess, achievement hunting, which shouldn't take too long. I could. I mean, if I remember, it's only like $2 to pay to unlock the next book, but I'm trying to do all of the different paths, so I feel like it's worth it to just go and find the other achievements. And I'm glad that you liked it. Once again, it is free, and it's both on Android and iOS, and there's so many different paths, and it's really cool, and I have so much respect for the author that I want to support him in every way possible. So if you guys would like to read it for yourself, I strongly encourage it. But if not, you can just help support me in reading it out loud, because your encouragement is what makes me want to do this. It is what keeps me wanting to do this. And yeah, if anyone would like to continue, like, hear the beginning of this story, it's all uploaded to my YouTube, which, yeah, there's links and stuff. Alright, yeah, that was fun. I'm glad you liked it. I really love this story. The author, so talented. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to achievement hunting with you guys. I think that I'm just going to go straight through the next books with this character before I do a different run through, because I think that otherwise I'm gonna get really burned out on the beginning. I am in Pacific time. It is 1:13 a.m. right now. Alright, I'm going to end the recording now. So, thank you everyone for watching this recording. Oh, jeez. Y'all should be going to sleep. Yeah. I'm glad you guys like this. It's really fun, and it's really encouraging for me, and it's a really relaxing way to end my streams. Yeah, so I'm going to go to sleep. Tomorrow is, well, I guess today is Tuesday, which means I'm going to be continuing my Resident Evil playthrough, and then maybe Jackbox and Magium afterwards, depending on mental health. Well, I appreciate that. That's really cool. That means a lot to me that you like my streams enough to do that. But I also do want to do this disclaimer that sometimes my mental health is not good and I'm not able to stream. So, yeah, I'm sorry if that happens. I appreciate you guys. Yeah. Have a good night.